and welcome back to NASA 2021 for Save the Children. This is a moment that I'm sure a lot of you have been waiting for. This is the Super Metroid and A Link to the Past combo randomizer Keysanity. Joining me on commentary is Alsoa. I am raikourrider, and Poker will be our host for this run. This is going to be a long and complex journey through both of these games. Strap yourselves in, this is going to be quite the ride. Alsoa, if you'd be able to explain some basics while we're getting started, we will count down for you and get started in 3, 2, 1, go. So while I'm doing some basic movement and collecting some money in the beginning of the game, Alsoa, would you be able to explain the general premise of Keysanity as well as the SMZ3 combo randomizer as a whole, please?
Sure. So, the SMZ3 combo randomizer is pretty much what it says on the tin. It is A Link to the Past and Super Metroid kind of just shoved together sandwich style and then everything mixed about between the two. Specifically, you can find Super Metroid items in Link to the Past and vice versa. The goal is going to be to beat both Mother Brain and Ganon. Both of those are the final bosses of each game respectively. And Keysanity adds a little bit more fun to the mix, as you have your regular Link to the Past Keysanity, which contains all of your keys, maps, and compasses shuffled about. However, 11 compasses and I believe it's 7 red rupees have been removed from the pool to add in Super Metroid key cards, which will block your progression to certain areas in Super Metroid to kind of include Super Metroid in on the Keysanity feel.
That is correct. And those doors are in very strategic points, and once we actually get into Super Metroid, we'll be able to better explain what those open up. But until we get a Morph Ball, we won't be doing too much in Super Metroid.
Now, what you will notice is that instead of having a Link and Samus going about this adventure, we have Mega Man and Charizard.
Thank you.
Running through Zebes and Hyrule, respectively.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much to the donors for making this possible. Oh, that's a glove.
Now, what you saw Raiko do there was the hula-hand glitch, where you need to basically get the camera off sync with Link's position. And when you do that and then fall down a hole, the game doesn't know where to put you, so it puts you in the hula-hand room, which contains 225 rupees, all in the form of blues.
That's more bloopies than you'll find in Ocarina of Time, but we'll take them any way we can get them. Money is very, very important in the early game, because there are a lot of money-dependent checks in Kakariko Village, which is the most dense location. And that's our Tower of Hera Big Key, so because of that, we may not be seeing Harapot.
And also important to note is that because of the combination of Link to the Past and Super Metroid, a lot of your 300s, except for that one, can end up in Super Metroid, which makes getting money in the early game a little bit more tricky.
That's the entire reason for doing the early hula hand, is just ensuring that you have that money. But in this case, we did get a 300, so we'll have all the money we need in the early game. So this opening route that I'm doing is pretty standard.
This lumberjack tree that Raiko's heading to check requires you to have both Pegasus Boots and to complete Aghanim's Tower. Both of those keys have been shuffled into the item pool, so if this is a required item, it could be a little bit before we get there, or both Aga 1 keys could show up very early, as if it's something like a Morph Ball or a Moon Pearl or something that gives early progression.
Not this time. Garbage. But it's good to know that there's nothing there, so the most likely reason that we would need to go up Aghanim's Tower would be for Dark World access.
And if that were a Super Missile pack, it might be a little bit more worthwhile to get that post-Aga 1, but given it's just a regular missile, that's not really going to do a ton.
The regular missiles are the most common item in the item pool.
Now, heart containers are good because they just make you die less quickly.
And whenever you pick up a key, it will tell you which dungeon it is for. Ganon's Tower keys aren't too terribly important. We do eventually need to find one, so we have all of the Ganon's Tower keys that we need to be able to complete that dungeon. But that is locked behind all 7 crystals, and we cannot actually see which dungeons have crystals and pendants as of yet. That information is given by the dungeon maps.
And that's why the dungeon maps are still in the pool while the compasses are not, because the compasses will just tell you, if you play regular Link to the Past Keysanity, how many items you've gotten out of the dungeon to that point.
Which is still helpful because you go in and out of dungeons very frequently in Keysanity. It's not unusual. It's not unusual to have 2 to 3 trips in each dungeon.
Especially dungeons like Palace of Darkness, which have a ton of small keys.
Unfortunately, because we did not get any bombs in our first few checks, we do need to purchase bombs to get access to most of the items. But this is the most dense location early on. There are 13 items that we have access to here.
And because bombs are the only thing required to access these items, it just makes a whole lot of sense to come here first, regardless of how you plan to route the seed after this.
Correct. The logic always assumes that you have 10 bombs. And that's our first Super Metroid key. That is the Brinstar door key number 1. That key will give us... Oh yeah, the pod map. That Brinstar door key, that will give us access to Construction Zone.
And for those that are not aware, the Construction Zone is the blue area of Brinstar back behind the initial Morph Ball pedestal and the initial missiles you get. And that's actually good to get now, because now Raiko can route that in with his initial Super Metroid loop.
Yes, that is a very good key to find early.
And that is one thing that you do kind of see with this, like most randomizers. Certain items, the value of the item changes based on how early or late you find it.
So we'll just be wrapping up Kakariko. We still don't have any hard progression quite yet.
Although, early glove is never a bad thing to have.
But that glove by itself... Oh, that glove... Oh, that'll open up some stuff.
Yeah.
That'll open up some stuff. That's a hook shot. That's one of those things that you can wind up looking for quite some time, as it gates a significant number of checks, both on Death Mountain and in Swamp Palace once we get Dark World access. Dark World access is the first really big thing that we're looking for.
Now, the other thing to note about that hookshot is, because it only blocks Swamp Palace as far as crystal progression goes, that is a required item that can show up in Ganon's Tower if Swamp Palace is a pendant, unless that logic is not there in this version. So I'm pretty sure in standalone Link to the Past Rando that's the case. I'm not 100% sure if that's the case in SMZ3, if hookshot can be in GT with Swamp as a pendant.
It can.
Speaking of items that can be in GT, probably the one key that you want to see earlier than not is Criteria Boss.
Yes, Criteria Boss can be... Criteria Boss is the only Super Metroid required item that can be in Ganon's Tower, because to get into Ganon's Tower, it assumes that you can beat the Golden 4 bosses. The Golden 4 bosses from Super Metroid being Kraid, Phantoon, Dragon, and Ridley. Literacy? I kind of want to go check Agina now.
You could. There's nothing stopping you. Agena is also one of those checks that is considered Sphere 0, where it only requires bombs to get to.
I'm not picking up the boomerang to use it. The boomerang is being picked up to make menuing easier.
Look, menuing in this game is hard.
Menuing is a very complicated affair in Link to the Past Randomizer, because you're going to have different items every time. So the number of clicks you need to make to get to a specific item is going to be different every time you play. Just based on what items you have. And since I have a hook shot, I think I can afford to spend an extra bomb here. This is what I have to say to Agena, by the way. I don't like him. Well deserved. Of course.
Well, you know.
So that's Speed Booster. Speed Booster is the go fast item in Super Metroid, so we do want it. And it does open up a few items.
Technically, I don't think it's hard required to reach any of the Golden 4, but it makes it so much more convenient, it might as well be required.
It does. Nice boomerang upgrade indeed. So I did check our desert ledge. It was just a heart piece, so we won't be picking that up. There is only one item that we are able to get here. I will not be stealing the desert key to get the 2 items on the right side. Stealing the desert key in Keysanity is usually a very bad idea, because then you are committed to finding the desert small that's in the item pool.
Now, of course, the caveat is if you have knowledge that desert is a pendant that you don't need, then it's probably a little bit more okay.
Well, that's a key on the desert torch. I don't know what that will go to, but I know that is a level 2 door key of some kind. And that's something I will need to take note of.
Keeping track of what you have and haven't seen as far as locations like that where you can see it but can't pick it up is crucial to getting through some of these seeds without just going in circles a lot, because that can happen very easily.
Especially in Keys, there's a lot more back and forth across the world maps. Just simply because locations are more gated than they would be in the past 2 years. This is the 3rd year that this has been at NASA, but this is the first time showing Keysanity. Keysanity is actually a relatively recent addition. I want to say it was added in the summer of 2020?
That sounds about right, because there was a debate over what the Super Metroid key sprites were going to look like.
Morph ball bombs. Morph ball bombs.
Oh boy.
Nice pickup.
So, Morph Ball Bombs are great, except for the fact that now there's only one item that's blocked by Space Jump, because the game is going to assume that you can infinite bomb jump to everywhere. So seeing those early is kind of a double-edged sword. Because yes, it's that can't fly logic that Space Jump also provides, but it is relatively slow.
And also, just so you're aware, Poker, donations can be read at almost any time. These crabs, though.
These crabs are, like, the hardest enemy in the early game. They move fast, they deal 2 hearts of damage, they are not your friends.
I have no idea why they deal so much damage.
Okay, probably prevent people from getting what is here, which is normally the Ice Rod and Vanilla too early. Also, nice Penny.
That is a nice Penny.
Can probably take an educated guess who out of all of us forgot to unmute themselves a while ago. So I would just like to take this chance to remind everyone that we are NASA 2021 raising money for Save the Children, which is an incredible charity Every day, 15,000 children die before their 5th birthday, most from preventable causes. Save the Children does whatever it takes to ensure all children survive, learn, and are protected. Thank you so much for all of your donations so far. We're waiting for more. And I would just like to tell you, if you think your $5 do not make a difference, you're in the wrong, because just $1 can provide 4 children with treatment against pneumonia, a life-threatening illness. So, like I said, thank you so much for all of your donations so far.
Oh, absolutely, and if you want those animals dead and those frames saved, you'll want to donate for that, because last I checked, Save the Animals was winning the bid war by a significant margin. So if you want to see those animals dead and those frames saved, get your donations in.
I have a small issue with what we're seeing on screen, and that is, how is Charizard swimming?
Great question.
So, and I'm not specifically referring to the fake flippers, which the way you do that is you basically get 1 frame of movement in the Japanese version of Link to the Past before you're kicked out of the water, and if you screen transition on that 1 frame, then you receive the effect of having flippers, even though you don't have them, because the game figures, okay, well, you're swimming, you should have flippers.
A Link to the Past does not like it when 2 things happen at the same time. I'll say that much.
But the bigger question is, how is Charizard able to swim without getting his tail underwater? Also, that bomb upgrade on the ledge means that we won't need to come back here later with the flipper, so that's really good to know at this point.
And Zora has a Turtle Rock Small.
Turtle Rock is a dungeon that, if you do not need to get every chest in, you only need 3 keys to complete. If you need to get all the chests in there because you do not have all the items you need to beat both games, then it will require all 4.
So I think
the only...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna say, the only dungeon that does not require all of the small keys available to beat it is Palace of Darkness. And by beat it, I do mean fully complete it in terms of getting all the checks.
Bombos and the Brinstar 2 key. All these Brinstar keys are telling me that there might be something in there, and we do have access.
Now, that does also tell us that the key that we saw in on the Desert Torch obviously isn't going to be one of those, so that may change your decision-making a little bit of, okay, well, now I know it's one of these 3 keys, and some of the level 2 keys only block 1 or 2 items, or it can even be bypassed completely through other means.
The Meridia 2 key opens 1 item, but the other 2 level 2 keys are pretty important.
Isn't Criteria 2 bypassable by going through Wreck Ship?
Forgotten Highway.
Okay.
But now we should probably talk a little bit about sequence breaking.
Well, remember at the very beginning of the run, the line was thrown out that logic is a suggestion. This is the first logic break that we are going to see in this run-through. So normally you are expected to have the lamp to get through this cave as it is in the dark. But with hookshot or any other way to tell where you are, going through this cave is not that big of a deal. And by the way, you pick up a random old man inside of the cave.
It's simply just memorizing the layout of the cave, and this is very useful with this hookshot because we can get a lot of items this way. So once we have the lamp, then all of these will be in logic. But as of now, all of these items are out of logic, meaning that we will not find the lamp up here. We know that.
Well, not necessarily. Remember that there's multiple ways that this gets in logic.
Right.
Now, This can kind of give you a clue as to...
I got dead rocked.
Nice.
That's okay.
This will... Having rescued the old man means that you can restart on Death Mountain when you take a death or save and quit.
And that's very, very important for a reason that we won't explain quite yet, but we will explain it shortly.
The other thing to note about this particular break is that the early Death Mountain access break is even more important because it's also your first access to the Norfair area. As there are 4 spots that you can transition between both games. The hut by Link's house to the east, or to the east of Link's house, that is linked to the Criteria map room. The Norfair map room is linked to the back of the Old Man Cave exit. There is Dark Ice Rod Cave in the Dark World. That is linked to Meridia's missile refill, I think it is.
That is a digging tool.
And the Right Mire Shed is linked to the Screw Attack Room just past Golden Chorizo. So I guess you're saying Charizard learned Dig?
Charizard did learn Dig. So that's the Turtle Rock Dig. That's a Merle. That's a pretty good item. Orb! I hear an orb is a pretty good item.
That is also going to put Raikou exactly 1 item away from Dark World access.
1 of 2. It could be a second glove or hammer.
Why not both?
Both would be nice. So there is one more checkup here that we can do, and that's Spiral Cave. After that, I think we're going to head to Metroid.
I have heard this be called Walk of Shame Cave if you don't have the boops because it is long.
Oh, yes. And on the floating island is a garbage can.
Called the garbage can because it looks like a garbage can, and it's generally not great to go after, although they can be helpful for certain situations that come up.
That's a reserve tank. In Super Metroid, if you lose all of your energy, but you have a reserve tank, that will save you from taking a game over by giving you all of the energy that's in your reserve tank. It's effectively an extra energy tank that only gets used after taking what would otherwise be a death. And inside of Spiral Cave, we found the Norfair Boss Key. The Norfair Boss Key will let us access Crocmire. So now that we're done with the Death Mountain area, I am going to head over to a business center, which has a few quick checks.
The orb being referenced was the Moon Pearl. This room? Oh, hi.
That's Nice Beam. So that one I will want to keep. Now, of note, we don't have a Morph Ball yet, so there's not a ton that we can do here. However, I do want to keep that Ice Beam for several reasons. One, there is a corner case where it can be progression. By the way, movement in Super Metroid isn't possible.
Yeah, mostly.
Menuing is also impossible. So now I'm going to head back to Metroid and check the items that are behind that speed booster. There's also the Morph Ball pedestal, as well as one item down there that I could check, but I'm going to go to the more dense location first.
Now, one of the most important uses of that Ice Beam is going to be much later when we get to Torian.
So what I'm trying to do here is do what's called a short charge.
Oh, you're doing this very differently than the way I do it. This is not exactly an easy thing to do. It does take a little bit of practice to get the timing of it.
Oh no, this is not easy to do.
Like how you just ran over the gap. But what you're seeing Raiko trying to do here is get just enough speed to start up the speed booster, and then crouch to store a shine spark.
It's a little tricky. There we go.
The other way you can do this room is you can actually just jump across that gap if you have the speed to do it. It's a very tight jump if you do it that way, but it is possible.
The way that the logic intends you to do that is by charging your shine from the landing site and carrying it over the hill in the parlor to get to the next room, but that's actually harder than doing the short charge.
Because the timing on the spark is not exactly generous, depending on the situation.
It's a lot of ground that you have to cover.
And given that movement in this game is impossible, that's asking a lot.
Oh boy. That's, AGA components. That's a hammer.
You know what a hammer looks like to me?
That is a hammer. So what I'm actually going to do, because we found progression in exactly that spot, is I'm going to take advantage of this save, and then if I find nothing in Big Pink, which is the room that we're going to next, I can actually just reset and go back to this room.
So that hammer opened up, well, some number of checks that is greater than 20.
A lot. Most of it is out of logic, though.
Right, because the pearl's out of logic. So theoretically, we should find something to put that in logic
Soon.
Yes.
Yes, there should be something soon. I wouldn't be surprised if it's over by Sahasrara or in Eastern Palace. So there is nothing there. We can reset. And then this will take us back to the save point that is right by where we got that hammer.
Knowing when and where to reset or save and quit is... It can be helpful in terms of getting back to places quickly if you find nothing. But I don't see a situation where it would ever be like required that you have to save and quit out unless you just run out of ammo somewhere crucial.
There's also the front of the castle that hasn't been done yet. There could be something there. And
that is considered the Sphere Zero.
I'm a little inclined to go there just because of the health situation in Link to the Past. A Dark World with no armor and low hearts is very dangerous.
Plus, you do now have a weapon that is a little bit more consistent than bombs.
Yes, that will make things significantly easier.
Hammer's a weird weapon in Link to the Past because its hitbox is pretty small. But if you are able to get that hitbox in the right spot to hit the enemy, it deals tempered sword damage.
Unfortunately, we cannot access the parlor save because we don't have morph balls, so I'm going to be saving here to check the two locations that are in construction zone. Since we did pick up that key, that does raise a little bit of suspicion that there might be something down there.
Especially when combined with the ice beam.
Because that ceiling item is fully in logic.
Yes, that item is put in logic by any sort of can fly, so that would be Morph Ball and Bombs, Space Jump. It is put in logic by Speed Booster, I believe, High Jump Boots, and Ice Beam.
That is correct. Anything that lets you get extra jump height. And then if there's nothing down here, we can simply reset and then just go back to Zelda, where the progression likely is.
And for those watching, if you do try this yourself, the recommended way to reset is to do the soft reset, which is by holding A, B, select, and...
Hi. All that stuff's in logic now, by the way.
Oh, hi.
That's a flute. So flute also gets us to Death Mountain, meaning that everything that we got on Death Mountain is now in logic.
Nice required morph pedestal, by the way.
I will take a bug net, though. That's a very nice safety.
Plus, you can use it on Aga 1 to reflect the orbs back.
You can, if only that were actually helpful, because you need a sword to get to him anyway.
It's helpful for Aga 2 if you just decide to go through all of GT swordless.
Maybe.
I'm not saying you should do that, I'm just saying you could. But if you still don't have a sword by the time you're getting to Aga 2, there are multiple questions to be asked.
There is another meme that this does open up, though, and I'm not too happy about it.
Which meme is that? Because there's quite a few memes.
Morph Ball can now be in Red Tower.
I'm just gonna sit here and appreciate the pun in chat. It's a net gain, don't you know?
It is. Did I also mention that Climb is one of the hardest rooms in the game?
In terms of optimizing, yes. In terms of just getting through it.
Well, of course not.
But optimization is hard.
So I think now I'm going to go clear out Eastern Palace, and, well, as much of it as I can, and Sahasrara, because I believe that's one of the more dense locations we have left, and I'm still looking for a little bit more protection before going into Dark World, because 4 Hearts Green Mail in Dark World is rather dangerous.
The other thing to note about these is that because these are considered early game checks, just about anything can be here. Like garbage cans.
Yes, like garbage cans. So Eastern Palace we cannot finish because we do not have the Eastern Palace big key. We also don't have the bow.
And both of those items are required.
Eastern Palace is the only dungeon in the game that does not have small keys included in the item pool.
I don't actually think there's a single small key in the dungeon at all.
There are.
There are?
They're all in pots.
Oh, yeah, that one pot. Which, logically speaking, there are only 3 checks available in here.
Two of them will be gated by the big key, and one of them is gated by a lamp.
Ammo is going to be something that Raika will probably want enough of to be comfortable for Ridley and MB2, and then as soon as Charge Boom shows up, it just doesn't matter.
Yes, I don't mind seeing ammo, especially not early on.
How about a Red Rupee instead?
I have all the money I need for the rest of the game, so any money that we see at this point is just potion money. Potion money is not a bad thing once we have bottles. Especially if armor doesn't show up.
See, I find this is the hardest room in Eastern to optimize, just because...
Oh, absolutely. This room is horrible to optimize.
So the final in-logic item of Eastern is a heart piece.
It does give us a 6th heart, though, which makes a world of difference. So there's one more item we will be obtaining in Eastern Palace, and then we'll be taking a trip to Dark World.
Now, in spite of the name Dark World, the ground there actually is pretty bright. So, what you're not able to see is that Raiko is navigating his way to the far right of this room, picking up a key under a pot. Now he has to make his way back to a door and go to the left side of the room with the 2 anti-fairies.
It's the easiest dark room in the game. Like, these are very easy dark rooms to learn. Once you know the pathing for them, it's not too difficult to do them without any reference at all. Just supers. Alright, to Dark World we go.
And fun fact about those particular anti-fairies around that pot, those anti-fairies cannot be powdered.
They cannot. They are the only ones in the game that cannot.
They really wanted you to clear all the enemies in that room to get them to go away.
Minor detail.
As long as iframes exist. I mean, people will use iframes for their own advantage.
So now that we have access to the Dark World, we will be able to check the identities of a couple of the dungeons. I also forgot to talk to Sahasrahla to see what the green pendant was. Whoops.
That's okay. He's still there.
If I can ever find an excuse to go back there.
Sure you can. You just find out what the green pendant is via a map, and then you don't have to anyway. Like, that doesn't work.
So that means that Skull Woods and Pod are both non-value crystals.
The crystals you're going to be looking for are the red crystals, which are crystals 5 and 6, as those open up the big bomb out of the bomb shop, which will allow you to check the Pyramid Fairy, which is an additional 2 chests. In vanilla, that contains your silver arrows and your gold sword.
Well, we'll have money for the rest of the seed.
It's just what you wanted. Mostly. Skull Woods is a very disconnected dungeon. There's a lot of exiting the dungeon, leaving the dungeon, exiting the dungeon, leaving the dungeon. And it also has one of the hardest bosses to do on low equipment.
It does. But we do not have to worry about it until that fire rod shows up.
Yeah.
So this next chest, if you're familiar with Standalone Link to the Past, there's a big difference. Even in Keysanity, this chest in the combo randomizer specifically will always contain a Skullwood small key. There's a very good reason for this.
You can fall directly into this room from above, and if you do that without a small key, you soft lock.
You will be forced to do a save and quit.
Which nobody wants to do. Unless they want to.
So there is one more check that we can do. And this is why Dark World enemies are dangerous. We went from full health to 2 hearts in no time flat.
Yup. I always refer to this chest as the cane chest.
The Samaria chest, yes.
Or, yeah. And that's just because normally what you're going to see Raiko do is push a statue onto a switch, and if you have Cane of Samaria, you just say, okay, here's a block.
It makes this room a lot faster. Unfortunately, we do not have it.
Not yet. It's somewhere. I don't know where, but it's somewhere.
That's a pretty good find. That's Gravity Suit.
Yeah, that's a little important.
Yeah, I hear Gravity Suit is a pretty good item.
I think it's useful for, what's that place called? I think it's Meridia?
It is. It is very helpful in Meridia, because without that Gravity Suit, it's a little hard to move in there.
Like, harder than it normally is to move in Super Metroid. Hard to move.
So for the uneducated, what the Gravity Suit does is it makes it so that our movement in liquid environments is no longer hindered. Wait, what am I doing? I have cape. I can get that.
I was gonna like not ask that, but just say that there's the bumper ledge that normally requires a cape to go through. Also, signs are a very good weapon, just kind of inconvenient.
Yes, signs are a very good weapon for dealing with RPG Jerkbird. There's a lot of colorful names the community has for that enemy, but my favorite one is RPG Jerkbird. So
I just collected... Sorry, go ahead.
Those do 3 hearts of damage with no mail upgrade, so that would kill me.
I just refer to them as, Murderdactyls. Now that Ice Palace Small may be required. It may not be. It depends on Ice Palace Key Logic, which I'm pretty sure requires 2 degrees to understand.
Not as many degrees as Pod Key Logic.
Key Logic is just go get all the keys. Good day. And always do right side pod first. Ice Key Logic is like, hey, you might need these keys, you might need no keys, you might need 1 key only.
It depends a lot on whether Hookshot and Cane of Samaria are available. So now, Thieves Town in Keysanity is going to be a little bit different. Because since we do not have the small key or the big key, we can only get the front 4 chests.
But these 4 chests are generally very quick to get, so we'll be done with them lickety-split.
And hopefully we don't have to come back here, but we might. That's a grapple beam.
Oh, hey. Well, now you can go check that one place, except you don't have a morph ball, so you can't check anything in Super Metroid.
Also known as the farming beam.
That's actually probably the biggest use that you can get out of the grapple beam is farming. Especially outside of Ridley.
Would we have a second for a bit of my reading?
Go for it.
Alright, awesome. We have actually a bidword for this run. You may heard it mentioned earlier. This is a classic save or kill the animals at the end of Super Metroid type of bid wars. We can choose to either save or kill the animals. Right now, save the animals is winning with $84. Kill the animals is a little bit behind with just $5. But if you really wanted to kill the animals, you should donate right now and use your money towards that goal. All of your money goes straight to Save the Children, which is the charity we're supporting this event. We have raised over $1,200 to $1,227 to be precise for Save the Children so far, and we can't wait to get more. Also, if you want to save the animals, I guess you can make sure its position is just a bit more hard and put into stone and donate toward that goal as well. So thank you so much for all of your donations so far, and we're waiting for more.
If you would like to make us happy, please donate to kill the animals. We want to save the frames.
If you would like to make Fusion canon, keep donating to save the animals. So that sixth super missile pack, giving Raiko 30 super missiles, means that Ridley will be no problem once, you know, the ability to get there exists.
If you don't have gold gloves, then then jumping down from that ledge is one way. You cannot get back. At least not without going back into the light world and going the long way to get back here.
I mean, you could also just hookshot across the river.
Oh boy. That was a Thieves Town small key. That doesn't help us without the big key, but...
It's nice to get it before the big key of Thieves Town, though. Because it does only open up one check in Thieves Town, but it is the big chest. Which is very easy to just kind of leave behind and never get until you have to.
It's the single worst check to isolate in... It's the single worst check to isolate. And there's our first pod small.
And now the fun of pod key logic begins.
Depending on how many small keys we find, you might see some save scumming. Oh, I actually switched to hammer too early.
The purpose of the save scumming would be to save that one key in the event that there's nothing in in the event that there's nothing gained by going through the front door, because that's the one door you do not have to open in pod in order to get every item out of there.
Oh boy, there's the Fantoon key.
Yeah, Fantoon's not a bad boss. Boy.
I think it's telling me to go back to Thieves Town. Oh, there's Varia. Where do I want to go from here? I do think it is telling me to go back to Thieves Town, though.
I just like that both suits have been attained already.
I can't do anything with them.
Yes, you can. You can look at them and appreciate the fact that they exist.
So TR and Desert are our red crystals. So this could end up being an Ice Rod hunt. I'm sure everybody likes Ice Rod hunts here.
There are exactly 28 locations that the Ice Rod cannot be. 27 of them are in Ganon's Tower. The other one is on Trinex because you kind of need Ice Rod to be Trinex.
I also want to give a quick shout out to Dr. Bobtastic for making a fantastic parody song about that.
So the red crystals are crystals 5 and 6. In vanilla, they are marked by having a red crystal on the minimap instead of a blue crystal.
That's actually not the case in vanilla. The red crystals were actually a quality of life improvement. It's just been so long ago that people don't realize it. But they are not red in vanilla.
Well, that's good to know. We learned something today. But they're to indicate crystal slots 5 and 6. And they're important because they caused the big red bomb to be in stock at the bomb shop that Raiko was at earlier. And that big red bomb opens up the Pyramid Fairy, which opens an additional 2 checks, which can both have required items.
So now we're on our way to Catfish. And I think before I go into Thieves Town, I want to do the front of the castle, because if there's something there, That would not be a very good feeling if there's something there and I ignore that for a long time.
This is the worst check in the game by far. I'm absolutely not biased when I say that.
Well, we'll see what's here. What do you got for me, Catfish?
To be realistic, though, this is a very far out of the way check 9 times out of 10.
Oh yeah, it's super out of the way. Not worth the $50, I'll tell you that. But I think we will check... Oh, that dig spot, too. I need to do that.
It's only minorly important. Until it has something good in it, then it's kind of major.
I think the plan will be to do dig spot, Hyrule Castle, dig spot the rest of the castle, then go activate flute, and probably finish Thieves Town.
Thieves Town... Blind is another one of those bosses that, on low health, is kind of tough to do. Just because it becomes a bullet hell.
That's why I've been putting this off for so long.
You also noticed Raiko skipped that regular missile pack. With 30 supers and 35 regular missiles according to his tracker, he's getting a bit closer to the ammo kill for Mother Brain 2 if it comes down to it, and I'm going to assume you're going to go for Zepskit.
At this point, well, if I find Wave. If I find Wave Beam, yes. If I don't find Wave Beam, then we'll be killing Zeps.
Okay. But it's what, 40 regular missiles for phase 1 of Mother Brain 2, phase 1 of Mother Brain, and then second phase is 60 supers?
Correct.
Assuming Torch Beam?
Correct.
Ammo is important until it isn't.
Yes, once you find that charge beam, ammo doesn't really matter that much.
Now, granted, if you have just... Now, granted, when you do pick up charge, depending on what other beams you have, ammo can still be faster. But you'll never have to worry about soft locking on a boss because you don't have ammo at that point. Cough, Golden Chorizo taking somewhere around 2,000 charge shots. Cough.
A little bit. Nothing down here so far. I'm starting to get real concerned. I might take a stab at Dark Cross, too.
The thing that makes Dark Cross kind of a tougher room than some of the Eastern Palace Dark Rooms is Dark Cross, the way to it has a lot of ropes, and ropes can kill you very quickly if you're not aware of where they are.
That is not a bailout item. So now I'm going to be taking a quick death warp to get back to the entrance to the castle. It's significantly faster than walking.
And that key will always be the big key for Hyrule Castle that is not shuffled in with the rest of the keys.
So if I can't get this in a reasonable amount of time, I'm going to have to give up on it.
And in this version of the logic, Fire Rod does not make this a logical check.
Well, I have neither of those.
Right, but that's just it in general.
At least I have the hook shot to see.
And I believe it can stun the ropes as well, so that should give you some
No, it just kills them.
survivability. Oh, well, that's even better. So the room that Raiko's in now is shaped like a cross, and it's dark. Hence it's Dark Cross. The room will light up slightly when Raiko gets the chest to see what the item is.
Unfortunately, just a missile pack.
But it's still knowledge of where the required things aren't.
Before I go to Thieves Town, I am going to check this item. This isn't logic. And if there's something there, it would be a great meme. Saving here because this will be a faster way to get back to Link to the Past if this winds up being nothing. But that was nothing. Yeah, we're just running out of real estate here, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, the real estate is not free.
And this is a bit of a longer check, but I'm very, very worried about this Thieves' Town. Because you might also notice that we haven't found a sword yet.
Right now, the only weapon Raiko has that can damage blind is the hammer. And this is something that I know Raiko's spoken about on his streams, is knowing your comfort level in terms of what you can do is, I don't know if I want to say the most important thing, but it's definitely up there.
Yes, know what you can execute. And that's not just for rando, but for speedrunning as a whole, is just know what you can execute. So what puts this in logic is Ice Beam.
Yes, that is going to allow Raiko to climb all the way up Red Tower, which is a bit of a climb.
It's about a trip and a half, I'll put it that way. It would be pretty hilarious if we found Morph Ball up here. Which, this cannot be here in standalone Super Metroid Randomizer.
I think I'd find it more hilarious if it's something that leads to Morph Ball.
I mistimed the boost. I don't think that actually opens up anything, but it's something that I want to keep. I mean, it's very welcome. I don't think I can turn this down.
What is it? What is it? Sometimes this is called High Jump Boot Simulator? Or High Jump Boot
It's called mode? It's High Jump Appreciation Simulator.
Well, now you have it.
Unfortunately, I think Thieves' Town might be the play. I could get to Hera. Hera's possible also.
It's just a question of which of the two would you rather do?
That's a tough call. There could also just be things. It might not even be on blind. It could be elsewhere in the dungeon. So if it's elsewhere in the dungeon, I could potentially go find something else that opens progression earlier in Thieves' Town. So the nightmare scenario is if it's just on blind straight away.
Most definitely.
But it could be elsewhere in the dungeon, and if it is, then I can do something such as try blind once, and then try blind once and then come back later if there's not progression on blind. But if progression is on blind, this could be really ugly. And unfortunately, this flute doesn't actually open anything for me. It won't open anything until I get Titan's Mitts.
At which point a certain statue opens up.
It does.
Nobody wants to fight that statue, though.
Well, I'm not overly concerned about fighting GT with ammo, the ammo that I have right now.
You also do have farming beams, so that'll help a lot.
So I am going to have to head back into Thieves' Town here. But there's a significant number of checks. that it's probably just Thief Town that's the answer.
Yeah.
Because without any keys, well, we do have the Hera Big also, so we can get everything except the basement. But
we're not quite yet.
If I have trouble with blind, I'll probably just go to Thieves Town, or rather go to Hera before trying Thieves again. But I think this is correct.
And we're not quite in the situation of you have one place to go and it's super far away from everything. Good luck.
Unfortunately, the power of the donors does not give us the ability to just light blind on fire.
Not yet.
And the tail does not count as a fire source.
Not yet. I don't know when it would, but you know.
So we will see how this blind fight goes.
Well, first you gotta get there. And the back of Thieves Town is not necessarily free.
Oh, no.
Low health and no mail. It's not nearly as difficult as Blind himself is, because Blind is quite the difficult fight. But it can sneak up on you if you're not watching, especially the Hellway.
That's why I'm trying to be a little careful with the health.
And welcome to the Hellway. Population 3 Patrick Stars, Fire Snake, and an Anti-Fairy.
I'm okay with taking just one hit there. Because there's a lot of hearts down by a blind cell. So I should be able to get back up to full health. But most things in the blind fight do either 1 or 2 hearts of damage, so I don't have a lot of health to spare, and that fight can get very hectic very quickly.
What I find interesting is the crabs and the crickets both deal 2 hearts of damage.
Don't even get me started on these crickets.
Hey,
Case in point. At least I bombed the ceiling, or I bombed the floor, rather. That's what matters.
So what we've learned is the regular animals of Hyrule are super deadly, but Ganon's minions are kind of meh.
We got the important thing done, though.
Yes.
So now I don't have to head back upstairs.
Also of note, and I learned this the hard way, if you go all the way to Blind Gym and forget to actually either open the door or pick up Blind himself, you kind of have to leave and re-enter the dungeon.
Yup.
Mostly because of this peg right there that Raiko just walked over.
I do need to come back up here and flip the switch again, but that's not a big deal.
Magic Powder makes the Hellway a little bit better because you can just powder the Anti-Fairy at the end.
Oh, yes, and yes, that's why... That's one of the reasons why Powder is just the best safety in Link to the Past. It also gates one check, but details.
There's nothing ever on that one check. Trust me, there's nothing ever on that one check. Like, there's never anything on Catfish.
Would we have a second for some quick announcements?
Go for it.
Alright, I just wanted to tell you guys a bit more about the charity we're raising money towards, which is Save the Children. Save the Children has worked worldwide for over 100 years and in 120 countries to give children a future, in that time impacting the life of over 1 billion children. In 2019 alone, they reached 144 million children through their comprehensive and emergency response. If you wanted to think about what your money is going towards a bit more, For example, a $50 donation can supply a home water filter, so children can spend their days in school, not spending them walking several miles fetching water. The same $50 can deliver early education essentials where needed, like books, games, software, and supplies, intended to make up for lost learning time. As you can see, even the smallest of donations can make a big impact on what Save the Children is doing in all those countries. So thank you so much for all of your donations. Don't ever think that they're too small. Every dollar matters, and we're waiting for some more. Thank you.
Not looking good.
Well, at least you got something.
No, I meant for the blind fight.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Ah, I swung my hammer too early. That's okay though. We got bailout Titans mitts.
Yeah, blind is a boss that you can kind of just come back to whenever. But hey, you remember that golden statue we were talking about earlier?
I already did this.
Yeah, well, that's now in logic, and it's terrible. Oh, wait. No, it isn't.
Nope, not yet.
I forgot you need a screw attack or morph ball to get in there.
Yeah, if either Screw Attack or Morph Ball shows up, then Golden Chorizo is in logic. Wouldn't it be horrible if Morph Ball was at GT Supers?
I've seen it there before.
I've had that in a tournament race before. Well, not that exact thing, but I've had Mirror there leading to Morph Ball in a tournament race before. I'll just say that much. It was awful.
So Ice Palace is free. Ish. Still need the big key for the one check, but...
So I think turning in Smith Chain now is probably a good idea. I have the flute to make routing it nice and easy. Isn't fast travel great?
See, normally everyone's like, oh, you gotta do the Smith chain with the mirror, except that mirror can be on either part of the Smith chain.
And you might also notice that we still have no swords and no boards.
Boards are optional. Although, to be fair, a cutting board would be kind of nice to have.
We also have not finished any boards. It'd be faster.
Yeah, I mean, if Blind had just cooperated...
Yes, if Blind had cooperated, then we would have a board.
So we can totally blame Blind. Totally. 100%.
I mean, 6 heart, green tunic, hammer blind is a little bit unreasonable, and one of the reasons why inverted gets maligned at times, but that's a whole nother application.
Yeah, it's better than 6 heart, fighter sword, Mothula.
Oh, any fighter sword Mothula is just horrible. I can also go get intel on Meyer, which would be a bad thing.
Now, knowing what medallions you need can kind of help your routing. If it's like, oh, I have all the medallions I need, I'm good. Versus, oh, I don't have all the medallions I need to go look for stuff.
Knowledge is power. It really is.
Knowledge is almost as much power as a sword. Or 3.
I would really like one of those, but because we got an early hammer... Oh, and by the way, I was the person who rolled the seed, so... We're clearly not going to fight a sword for a long time, because we got an early hammer. That's how these go whenever I roll them.
Oh, I thought it was because you have a lot of money.
No, that's Zelda 1 randomizer, where if you get a lot of money, there's a problem money can't fix. Oh, hey, a bottle. That gives me one more thing to do.
It also gives you a niche for the Rugnet.
It does. It does. There's just not really a convenient fairy fountain for me to go to. Okay. Okay, that opens a few things. I think I might actually go get that... I might go get Waterfall Fairy out of the way before I forget about it. Because if I don't do this now, I'm gonna forget about it.
Charizard learned Surf. Okay, so Charizard now knows Surf, Strength, Fly, Dig. Just need to teach him Flamethrower and Ember and Aurora Beam, and we're good.
You know what? Just for Palace of Darkness later, I think I'm gonna go ahead and fill this bottle with a potion. Just in case we need to do potion glitch in pod. But now I'm gonna take care of Dark Death Mountain.
For those not aware, the potion glitch is where you use a potion to cause a camera desync in one of the mimic rooms, and by getting all the mimics off screen, the game says, oh, there's no mimics, so therefore they're dead, and lets you go through the door even though they're not. It's how you get around the bow block for the right side of pod, but it does not get you to the boss without the bow. Correct. It just lets you get a lot of items. And unfortunately, it's not quite as useful in Keysanity because it makes save scumming really time-consuming. But on the other hand, it does make it easier to not have to open the front door, because you can kind of just go around the front door. But you would have to do everything in the back because, well, no. It definitely makes it a lot more annoying to traverse, but at least you can get back there. Oh, right, before I go to Dark World, I should check out Hera first. Because I said I was going to do that. And I can do everything except the basement. And Hera's a pretty quick dungeon to do. The dungeon status, whether it's Pendant or Crystal, is also unknown. Down here. And this introduces the crystal switches. Oh hey, big key. That's mostly good. Depends on what dungeon it's for. Oh yeah, hey, the Skull Woods big key. That's about the least useful big key. A whole one check. Skull Woods and Swamp Palace are the two dungeons that the big key is not actually needed. So, that Mire Small does open up the possibility of just do the entire left side of Mire first. It does. Which isn't necessarily a bad route, because then it kind of just naturally puts you over towards going to Vitreous. I think we have most of the stuff for that. Just missing, from what I can see on the tracker, the big key and the lamp, for logic reasons. Yeah, just the big. Dark Mire is one of the two hardest basements to do dark, the other being Dark Maze. And if you don't have a fire rod, the turtle room's pretty bad too. Oh boy! Oh right, and I have to go back down. But we do have both of the Aga Tower small keys now. Which doesn't really do a whole lot of much. Really, the one is the important one, because that opens up the one chest. Yes, the second one doesn't do anything without a sword. And also the whole don't actually need to fight Aga in the seed thing, but that's right, right, Aga is completely dead now. I mean, you could fight him if you want. Learn your Agaometry. It won't do me any good. But you could learn Agaometry. I'll have a chance to do that when we're done. Yeah, but you need to practice your Agaometry before using your Agaometry. Alright, can you cooperate, please, Moldorm? One of the tricks to Moldorm is every so often Moldorm will just straight up charge at you. And you can use that to get him to turn around when he's done, or just do what Raiko did and just absolutely annihilate him.
And that was indeed a crystal. I'm on the board!
You know, on the board! I'm being told math is scary, no agometry.
Oh, I can check the ether tablet. This is gated by 2 swords. Oh, that is some kind of Super Metroid key.
That is something to very much keep in mind.
Yep. So we don't know what kind of key it is.
But there's a very high chance it's going to be a required key, so...
Just because of the number of boss keys that are missing.
Combined with the level 1 keys that are missing too.
Right.
The level 1 keys are often far more useful than the level 2 keys because they're generally blocking more stuff. I believe the number of Moldar eyes is only randomized with Randomizer, which is not an option here yet. I don't know if it's going to be an option.
I highly doubt it. Not for a while, anyway.
Although, to be fair, Randomizer would be great in Super Metroid, where you fall into Ridley's room and there's just a zoomer.
Going a little long without Morph, too.
Yeah, but the scene is kind of presenting itself as a go do all of Link to the Past and then go do all of Super Metroid. Which is not completely unheard of sometimes, that the logic is just really weird with a late morph placement. Of note, that chest that Raiko just got is the only chest in this game that you can access without the hookshot. And well, we got the best 2 big keys in the game out of the way.
We do.
Also, I believe all of the bottles are pre-filled to be empty.
Aw, there was nothing I could do about that. I guess we'll have to leave Spike Cave for later, unfortunately.
It's okay, there's never anything important in Spike Cave, never. We all know how this works.
You know what? I could just get at it from the other side. Let's do that. Let's get at it from the other side.
To be fair, there is always the question of when are you going to route this in later.
The answer is if I don't do it now, then I'll have to do it when I find Morph Ball, and Morph Ball can be there.
Or it's your last location, which... Yeah, that's... Routing is not my strong suit in this game yet. Actually, my strong suit in this game is nothing.
Routing is really hard. Especially when you throw in keys, routing is so difficult. Not having mirror is annoying, too. I am going to need to use my bottle of green potion to make it through Spike Cave, because since my access to it is with hammer and cape, having 1 bar of magic is not actually enough.
And for logic purposes, the game assumes that you have a way to extend your magic for this cave no matter what. I believe you need 14 or 15 hearts to just straight tank it.
Yes, it's 15.
Survey says...
I mean, that's fine. That's fine. It's something we'll probably need.
Not a bad item to see there.
That's done. Now we'll do the mire shed. Timrod, it is looking that way. This could wind up being one of those 3-hour no sword seeds.
Yeah, that's the thing is, the sword is logically required for a couple of things, but not really a ton.
Nothing there.
Well,
This is where things are gonna get tricky. We might be doing some save scumming with one key. I'm not too happy about that. There aren't actually a lot of chests in Palace of Darkness that are in logic.
And I am,
two.
I am actually keeping a tracker up alongside Raiko for just keeping my own head straight.
Oh no, I think it might just be one. Yeah, it's just one. Just the front chest.
Looking at it... Depends on if you go through the front door or not, I think.
That can't impact logic.
Okay, if the front door can't impact logic, then yeah, it would just be the one.
And because I had to use my potion, I can't potion glitch anymore. But it was worth it. We needed to go that way anyway.
Yeah. And as you've often told me, when are you going to route that back in?
Oh, there's also Aga Tower. I should do that next. I think I'm actually just going to check this one chest and then go to Aga Tower.
Well, let's see what's in here.
But that also is only for one check, because the other Aga Tower check is...
Survey says?
Not there. So I'm gonna go check the one chest in Aga Tower, and then if it isn't there, we're back to Thieves Town, unfortunately. But we can take one extra hit now.
You also have a bottle.
Yes, we do have a bottle. We have a bottle and a lot of money, so I can go buy potions if I have to. That's probably not a bad idea.
Yeah, given that you're on 7 Hearts Hammer. Well, you do have Red Cane now.
I do have Red Cane, that'll make things easier, but I'm still gonna grab potions.
The weapons that can hurt blind are the hammer, the red cane, the blue cane, and a sword.
Oh, you know what I could do to get the second chest? I could make a Samaria block and grab it. That should let me see in the dark room.
These ball and chain guards are not happy with your existence.
Oh, they never are.
Neither are the Usain Bolt guards.
Okay, I'm gonna try it.
This Dark Maze is not as bad as the Palace of Darkness Dark Maze, but it's still kind of rough to get through if you're just not familiar with the layout.
Yep. I couldn't tell where the guards were. That's okay, though. That's okay, though. If we have to, we'll come back for this. That's one of the most difficult rooms in the game to do without lamp.
And this is the game kind of saying, no, stay in the logic, please.
So I'm gonna go grab a couple potions. But I think we're down to just blind.
Mostly. Blind is the most likely, I think. Because, you know, the game would put something on a low health blind, because it's the game.
The game knows.
Yeah. And as much as we talk, and as much as some folks like myself will talk about the game as self-aware and actively moves items based on what you check, it does not do that. It just sometimes feels like it.
So this is the third NASA in a row where we just go forever without a sword. Got it.
I'm pretty sure that's just now the tradition. If A Link to the Past is involved in any way, shape, or form, swords will not be found until the end. I wonder if swordless mode will ever actually get added. Anyway, here's blind. A little bit harder if you have to refight him because you no longer have the script to work with.
Having red cane does make things slightly easier, though.
It lets you spend more time focusing on just dodging and less time focusing on actually having to go up and hit him.
Alright, what do you have, blind?
Well.
I hate you, game.
That's okay, I hate you too.
It gave me Titan's Mitts as a quote-unquote bailout item.
And then returns the favor with that.
Yup. Well, we can do a whole bunch of stuff in Metroid now.
Yeah, like... So, now that you have an entire game open to you, pretty much...
Yeah, we're gonna be in Metroid for a while.
The biggest thing stopping you from doing anything right now would be just the key cards.
Oh, right. No criteria big.
Yep. All the idoors have been replaced. By the way, so like when you go to Crate or Fantine eventually, there will be no idor. Instead, it'll just be a boss key door. The exception is in Torian. That idor still exists.
Yeah, whoopsie. Sorry about that. Force a habit. So I think I'm gonna go check 230. 230 and Criteria Shaft. Then I think I'm just... Then with the power bump count that I have, I think I'm just gonna end up going straight to... Star. That's not important. Why can I not Metamorph today?
Probably the boots.
Right, that particular Metamorph can be pretty difficult with high jump boots. So if there's nothing at Old Mother Brain and nothing at Old Mother Brain and nothing at Criteria Shaft, I'll probably do a reset.
So this is sometimes one of the trickier parts of a Seed Tirad is when it just opens up and you kind of have access to a whole lot of everything.
Yes, there are a lot of decisions that can go into that. Oh, I didn't actually want to go down this elevator, but whatever. I can check Criteria Shaft. I can check Criteria Shaft at another time. It's just a reset away. It really is. It's really just
Yeah.
a reset away. And that's what people don't realize about Criteria Shaft, is it's not that bad to check. It really isn't.
So you have gravity helping you go down and speed booster helping you go back up.
That's what I wanted to do. So this is the section that's gated by Brinstar 1.
That.
Oh, you know what? I have regular bombs. I need to remember that. Save on power bombs.
Ammo management for power bombs is a little bit more particular than ammo management for everything else.
Especially if you don't have regular bombs, you have to watch out for soft locks. So Billy Mays says, grab your Ridley key and get a pack of bombs absolutely free.
Instructions unclear through link to the past bombs at Ridley until he said go away.
So the Ridley key doesn't actually help us until we have the Lower Norfair key. Like the Lower Norfair door key.
But at least it's nice to have it out of the way so that you don't have to go all the way into Lower Norfair and then have to double back out. So of the locations in Super Metroid,
I'm actually gonna take this just because I don't have a ton of energy.
I mean, you do just barely have enough to beat the game as of before you picked that up.
That's what I was getting at. I didn't have a ton of energy. Okay, energy problem fixed.
And you do need a minimum of 3 tanks to beat the game itself due to the Hyper Beam on Mother Brain 2.
I have Speed Booster too, so I can go to Waterway.
Waterway!
Waterway is one of those checks that tends to get isolated very quickly. Because of the number of items that are required. Oh hey, look, a vanilla energy tank. This is where all the energy tanks went.
Combined with, it's very inconvenient to get back here later.
It's because just about everything in this area opens up quickly except for Waterway. Because Waterway has a lot of requirements. Other than Morph Ball, the items in Big Pink don't have a ton of requirements. That's what this area is called. This area is called Big Pink.
And it's called that because it's a big pink room.
So now we're going to be doing Spore Spawn Skip, hopefully. Wasn't too bad. It's just...
That's what you're looking for.
Yes, this... Yes, you can shoot, and if you position Samus correctly, then you can shoot an off-screen super missile block before the super missile despawns. And you can use this to avoid fighting Spore Spawn. Keysanity can make you fight Spore Spawn.
Yes, because that is locked by Brinstar 2, I believe it is.
That door is locked by Brinstar 2, but only from the outside.
Whereas, if you were to fight Spore Spawn, you would need Brinstar Boss. This is likely going to be a wave gate skip.
Yes. It's nice and easy, though. Because we have high jump. That's very easy to do if you have high jump.
Just like that. If you're trying it at home, you're listening for the sound of the gate going up to know that you hit it. Oh, look, another tank.
Yeah, we're fine on health now. The high jump makes that really easy. Also after a while, I'm just not going to bother keeping the ammo counts on the tracker updated.
Yeah, it's you kind of know how much ammo you need, and then you just go from there. This item is blocked by Morph Ball, Power Bombs, and Super Missile.
So now that basically all of Super Metroid except Lore Norfair is open, we can do just about anything. We're missing a couple keys still, but we can do most everything. And that's what happens when you find Morph Ball at 1 hour and 25 in.
And remember that some of the things that you're key blocked out of from this side, you might be able to get access to going a different way. These frogs are really good for restoring power bombs because it will always drop a power bomb unless you're at full.
Oh, hi, that's Plasma Beam. I will take Plasma Beam. That's something I am never unhappy to see. I hear Octorok is weak to Plasma Beam. An old man told me that.
I hear, at least the Wizards aren't using Ultima.
That is also something I've heard from old men. Wizards are actually really weak in Link to the Past. I believe they only have 1 hit point. Oh, hey, Megas Sweets.
Well, now you have the dash for both games.
It's very welcome. And that also lets us get that door key in Desert Palace.
That... Yeah, that's actually... pretty... what's the word?
If that's Norfair 2, that could wind up being really important.
But the question is, when do you go get it? That's always the question, is when do you go get the thing that you know you can get?
Holy E-Tanks! Wasn't there an E-Tank the first time I came through this room?
I think so. I forget. It's been a while.
I think there was an E-Tank when I went through this the first time, but wow. Holy E-Tanks.
This is just quickly turning into Do Reverse Amphitheater.
A little bit. So
Except for the whole...
So change of plans. Change of plans. I'm actually going to go check... I'm gonna go check the back of Gauntlet and then go to Wreck Ship.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I can't actually get the items in Gauntlet because those items are keyed.
That is Criteria 1?
Criteria 1, yes. Those items are keyed. But I can see what is in the back. I just can't get them. There's a small key back there.
Could be important.
Could be. So that is something I will make a note of.
Do we have a second for some quick shoutouts?
Perfect. Go for it.
Alright. I just wanted to remind you guys that we, aside from the bid war that's happening right now, we also have the bid war for Super Mario Party that will be the last run of the marathon and is going to happen next, right after this one. Right, we can select the map for that one, and right now King Bob Ohm's Powder Keg Mine is winning with $85. Right behind we have Womp's Domino Ruins with $70 and Mega Fruit Paradise with $60. Kamek's Tantalizing Tower is way behind with just $0. So if you'd like any of these to win, make sure to put your donation towards them. You can donate by clicking the button below the stream. All of your donations go fully to Save the Children, to which we have raised over $1,200 already. Thank you for all of your donations so far.
So our way to get to Wreck Ship is actually is actually backwards. I do want to go there. It's just gonna be a little bit roundabout. Hey, the Eastern Pig.
That just means the bow and logically lamp are going to be required to finish that dungeon off.
There is one more item down here. Aww.
So yeah, you just gotta go to Meridia, go to the back of Meridia, and then go through a whole bunch of rooms that you normally have never seen.
Oh hey, Criteria 1.
That's useful. It's actually kind of convenient for the way back.
It is. Because I think I'm going to... I think I might just check that, and then just go back to Link to the Past through Parlor. I originally wasn't going to do that, but that's how quickly things can change. It just takes one item to just change your routing completely.
Especially when it shows up there where it's extremely convenient. Because you can get an item that's like, oh, cool, I can go do this, and then just not go do it because you're on the complete opposite side of the map. But in this case, it's like, yeah, you're right there.
Oh, Morph Ball can also be in this location. In
But I believe that's...
only.
I was about to say, normally this is power bomb blocked, so...
I mean, we'll take another pack of power bombs, but after this, since we have regular bombs and 20 peebs, this is where these items stop being useful for the most part. Like, more power bombs isn't that helpful at this point.
And having Varia means you don't have to worry about doing crystal flashes on hell runs.
Oh, no.
So, the crystal flash usage of power bombs starts to diminish a little bit too.
I will pick up the map that's back here as well for the dungeon knowledge.
Because as we know, knowledge is power.
Of note, in this logic, the gauntlet checks require explicitly power bombs or screw attack. Regular bombs does not put those in logic anymore. It used to. Oh hey, a pod small.
That's actually pretty convenient.
And the swamp map, which was unknown, so we'll be able to check that when we get back to Zelda also. So overall, pretty worth.
And I think at this point we've entered the mid-game section.
I would argue, yes, we are in the mid-game at this point.
This is kind of, to me, characterized by you have a lot of stuff to go do, find a way to do it efficiently.
Yes, I would argue that routing mid-game is one of the more challenging parts of any randomizer that has item-based progression. So next is... we're gonna just do these boots checks real quick. That's helpful. Not immediately, but I'm very happy to see those.
That will do a couple of things. It will make all of your bow blocked stuff free. It will make your Ganon fight a whole lot faster.
Well, once we find bow.
And it makes Vitreous easier, too, once we find bow.
Oh, yes, it makes Vitreous free, but we all have to find the bow for silver arrows to be useful. Oh, hey, a sword! They exist! They exist!
Debatably.
Okay, so where to now? Well, you know what I could do now? I could go fight, I could go fight GT now. Yeah, let's go fight GT.
And given that you just got all of the energy.
Yes, energy won't be a problem.
So, sword in and of itself does not open anything. Yet.
No, it doesn't. Not yet.
Well, that's not entirely true. It does open one thing.
Alright, what do you have, GT? Ha! Ha!
Yeah, that's important. That's your fire source.
That is.
That puts a lot of things in logic, too.
There was light, yes. So that's done.
And that's what that fight looks like when you have a lot of ammo.
Yeah, it's easy. Oh, you know what? I should go see what that key is on Desert Palace, because if that's Norfair 2, then that would actually make a lot of sense. So I would not be surprised if the key that is on the Desert Torch is Norfair 2. If it's Norfair 2, that opens up a ton of stuff. If it's Criteria 2, that would make getting direct ship a lot easier.
If it's Meridia 2.
Meridia 2 doesn't really help me. It gets me one thing.
But to me, it makes sense to go ahead and do this now, because you're probably going to spend a whole bunch of time in Super Metroid. You might as well go in with as many keys as you can.
Exactly. So we'll see what this is. It's probably Norfair 2. I am so good at this game!
What's that? Norfair 2 was the key that you predicted. That's a lot of progression.
It made sense for that to be there, though.
Yeah, it kind of did.
Because now there's a bazillion things that have opened up.
Did you remember to carry in the factor of pi?
No.
I see. I think if you carry in the factor of pi, it comes out to a kajillion.
There's nothing there. So now that Norfair 2 key opens up all of Bubble Mountain, and I don't actually need another bottle.
But more potions.
Fine.
As you know, it's never safe to go into Ganon unless you have like 20 hearts, gold sword, all potions, silvers.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine, also, that might be your prerogative, but I'm fine.
No, my prerogative is just half magic.
So now that we have Norfair 2, we can get everything in Bubble Mountain. There's a lot here, too. That 300 can stay.
And the other thing to note is, because of the Varia suit, again, this will not be superheated. If Raiko did not have the Varia suit, he'd probably be here anyway.
Yeah, even if I didn't have Varia suit, I would come here. There's just too much stuff here.
And 7 tanks is enough to do this heat run.
Oh, easily. So hard mode can require that heat run on 5.
I believe...
No, this wall jump is a little tricky.
And at no point are you required to do the lower Norfair heat run.
No. Not even on hard. If you give me a lot of energy, I will do it.
What is it, about 10 tanks is what you want?
12. Well, 12 counting reserves. Well, that's what we needed for TR, so we have both the medallions. I don't think we need any more of those. Oh, another thing that's a little scary, I just realized, is that GT Big hasn't shown up yet.
Well, yeah.
King Cack Attack strikes again.
But would you rather that or the Cataquack from Super Mario Sunshine?
Those are both pretty bad. They're both pretty bad.
Yeah. But one is significantly worse than the other.
So there's 2 items up here, and then there's 2 more. And there's 2 more by Wave Beam. I don't need those. Okay, now we're getting enough pod smalls that things are getting interesting.
Yes, the amount of... So there's a function of how interesting pod is, and it's directly proportional to the number of small keys you have until you get up to, like, 5.
Yes, once you have 5, you can full clear the dungeon. It logically requires 6 to full clear. And most of the items in pod logically require 4 keys.
Yes. Now you do have the boot, so you can do the special bonk to not ever have to open the front door.
Correct.
So
now,
what's...
to get to Meridia, I'm gonna have to go through Zelda. Oh hey, another trash can.
Right, that Dark World portal there. Well, to get to... Well, it depends on which part of Meridia you want to get to, too.
Well, I don't have any Meridia keys at all, so my only access is through there.
I don't know. Again, it depends on which parts of Meridia you're looking to go to.
I guess I could check the front. That'd probably be a better idea.
Yeah, that's the only thing I was thinking of, is the front, because that doesn't require any Meridia keys according to...
No, it doesn't.
If. Of course, it is the front of Meridia, so your mileage may vary.
There's still a good amount of items there. There's 4 plus Shack Tool.
Oh yeah, that place that nobody likes.
This would also be a good opportunity to check Kraid Missile. Kraid Missile, Spazer, and X-Ray. I can do that too. Kraid Missile is the only thing I can check in Kraid's Lair without the Brinstar boss key. But I think it's a good idea to get this out of the way.
Yeah. Because you're not going to come back here until you have the Brinstar boss key, and you don't know what's going to be there.
Watch it be here.
I mean, it is, you just go fight Kraid.
Well, yeah, but just watch it be here. I mean, that's not bad. I still don't have... Still no mail.
Oh, come on. We all know the mails are going to be in GT. That's just how this game works. I'm seeing a suggestion for Sword at Shack Tool. I like it.
That would be.
I'd like it to be sort of checkable that allows you to get that key that's on Ether. Which then triples back to something else.
One important part of routing in Super Metroid is routing around saves. Not enough people do this. Just in general in the SM rando community, not enough people route around saves. So if you're an up-and-coming SM randomizer player, PSA, route around saves. It will save you a lot of time.
Yeah. That's something that I'm still trying to get better about myself.
Well, there's our 4th pod small, so we're not resetting.
Hooray!
I mean, I could go back and save again, but the save point's too far away.
Yeah, the opportunity cost of the save might be too high.
Exactly.
Watch out for the yapping maw. They'll kill you quick.
Come on. So X-Ray is another one of those locations that's very easy to forget about because it's out of the way and has a surprising number of requirements.
Normal can fly logic is not enough, I don't think. You need to have either grapple or space jump.
It is actually specifically grappler space jump. In hard mode, you can get here with morph ball bombs, but it also requires either 5 tanks or Varia plus 3 tanks. That's fine. I'll take it. Since I would not take this if I wasn't already committed to not resetting to begin with.
Yeah, well, you know.
But you'd be surprised how useful something... You'd be surprised how useful even, say, a level 2 shield is. Just
Certainly would help on blind.
The number of projectiles that get blocked by a level 2 shield is something that a lot of newer runners don't appreciate. And even some veteran runners don't either. So now we're gonna head to the front of Meridia. And I will actually be making another save, just in case there are 4 duds there. Well, 5 duds.
Saving is fundamental. Almost as fundamental as a building block. So, the question will end up becoming where the next big progression item is going to be. And I'm guessing the next big progression item is going to be some sort of key or 2.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Given the sheer number of regular items you have right now.
So we'll see what we have here. Main Street. What is on Main Street? Weren't we just talking about that item? Huh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna go grab that. If I can short charge.
I mean, you could just do it the normal way.
Almost.
This short charge seems like it's kind of tricky.
A little bit, yeah. Fine, I'll take your suggestion. I'll do it the way you're supposed to.
Yay!
I haven't done it this way in a while. Because usually that short charge doesn't give me that much trouble.
But when it does, you notice it.
That's the way you're supposed to do that.
You gotta be on that specific bit of grass, too.
Yes, yeah, it's a one-tile window. So now we'll check Mama Turtle. Mama Turtle, Shack Tool, and then we can go up Forgotten Highway to get to...
The wrecked ship of sorts.
What's up here? Nothing.
Hmm.
Oh, also, don't mess with Mama Turtle. She hurts.
Yeah.
She does as much damage as the spike platforms, with no suits. With no suits, they do 2 E-tanks of damage. So that's everything we can do on this side. Other than Shack Tool. Which I am gonna go ahead and do. There's no reason not to. It's actually completely in logic.
Combined with when are you gonna route it in again?
Exactly. If there's something there, this is truly a NASA seed.
Ah, well... I'm hoping there's something there. Not gonna lie, I kinda want it to be Fire Rod.
We've already had a Fire Rod there at NASA.
Okay, fine, how about Nice Rod? Or a mirror.
I would take a mirror.
Or, you know, Charge Beam. I'm pretty sure you take Charge Beam.
So now I could do this with Grapple. Oh, I don't know. Well, I don't have X-ray scope, so I will be doing this with Grapple. I thought I had X-ray scope for some reason.
No.
Now this jump can be getting up into check this can be very tricky if you don't have space jump. You need specifically high jump or space jump.
Yes. You can do it with an IBJ, but it's really tricky. Because starting an IBJ in the sand is difficult, especially if you don't have Spring Ball.
Mostly because the jump height coming out of sand is very unpredictable. Quo, I'm sure you want an Ice Rod.
And here is Shack Tool himself.
I think once we're done with all this Super Metroid stuff, even if we don't find another Pod Small, I like the idea of safe scumming Pod here. Alright, what do you have? Blueberries. Take gravity off.
And thus Shack Tool dies a horrible, horrible death.
So now to actually get to Wreck Ship... To get to Wreck Ship with what we have, we need to go through the Forgotten Highway.
Now, the Forgotten Highway, as the name implies, is a highway that you pretty much never take to go to Wreck Ship because it's longer, more annoying, you have to do more mazes. But, because keys can be required, This links you directly from Meridia to Criteria, behind Wreck Ship, at which point you just go to the Wreck Ship where everything's still turned off.
And although it's unlikely, there is a small potential that we might be required to do this twice.
Yes. Because of the Wreck Ship level 1 key still being MIA.
Correct. That's another reason why I was holding off on doing this for so long. That's not the way to Forgotten Highway.
You forgot. I mean, it could be the forgotten way to Forgotten Highway.
This
you can
is
totally
the way to
go through the ceiling.
Highway. So the only Super Metroid categories that you will see these rooms in are a reverse boss order and map completion.
And this is the fastest way to get to Phantoon and RBO, because you're already in Meridia as is. You just also don't have any suits.
It is also possible for outside of Keysanity for Forgotten Highway to be required, but it is very, very slim. In Keysanity, it is much more common. It's still not common to have to go through Forgotten Highway, even in Keys, but it can happen.
And when it does...
So since we're going through this area backwards, there's going to be a couple of oddities with how the wreck ship will look.
Also important to note, the E-Tank that's normally up here doesn't spawn until you kill Phantoon and turn on the power, which makes you very sad, because you kind of want to get it now while everything's turned off.
Yes, that item is tied to the room state. So when do you ever see this room in this state?
Right now.
That's about the only time, because this door coming up, this will lock behind you. Oh, spooky missiles, right?
A smidge important.
This item will actually be here.
And it is... nothing.
And the number of boss kills is usually very slow early on.
No eye-door for you.
Unfortunately, we don't have a really good way to deal with Phantoon right now.
You have Dopplers.
Those are impossible.
Which are... It's named after the Doppler effect, where you just fire a bunch of missiles at Phantoon while you're moving towards him, and he just takes more missiles than he normally would. But that probably is your best way to deal with him.
He's not playing very nice right now, that's for sure. So we're just gonna take care of Phantoon this way, because we have Gravity Suit and all the health. This is the most reliable way to 3-round Phantoon.
I personally am not a fan of it, but that's just because I normally come here with a whole lot less energy and suits. So I'll normally just try to go for Dopplers.
If you have Charge Beam or Screw Attack, then it's probably easier.
Or even wave just for the width.
I think I got enough missiles that'll be in super range.
One way to find out.
Oh, I fired too soon. Phantoon is pretty red. Should be in range of super. I'll do 2 missiles and a super just to be sure.
Yeah, that should be enough.
That's a dead ghost.
But how do you kill that which is already dead?
So Phantoon dying turns the power on, which is going to get us to a number of items.
Yeah, it's also going to turn the spikes on, but, you know. I want to know how the spikes don't deal damage when they're off. Like, are they not spiky anymore? Does the physical spike not appear unless the power's on? These are the kind of things I think about.
I should have dropped the power bomb to begin with.
Would we have a moment for a quick donation?
Go for it. Go for it. There's not a lot going on right now, just checking items.
Awesome. Strufan sends $20 our way, or rather, says once again, sends them to save the children through us, and that 20 is going straight to the charity we're supporting this event. Thank you so much for that contribution, Strufan. And with that, we have $1,247 total. We're not very far away from $1,250 and even 1,300. Let's get that before the end of the marathon, shall we? You just have this run and then Super Mario Party left. So make sure to get your donations in before the event ends. Thank you for all of your donations so far.
Oh, absolutely. Keep them coming, people. And come on, let's kill those animals. So one thing you might have noticed is I made a save before going back through this room, which is called Spiky Death Room, as you can see. There's a very good reason why this is. That is the most dangerous room in 100%.
Remember, you don't have gravity suit when you're going through that in 100%, so you just try not to fall through the platforms and take 1.5 million damage.
And reserve tanks won't save you either, unless you have 3 of them.
I mean, you get that in the manual.
I have to keep that. I have to keep that, unfortunately.
It opens a check, and it's the best safety item in Link to the Past.
So the reason why I did not... No, the reason why I saved is because then I could reset if nothing was there. Because making a save and resetting if nothing is there is faster than going back.
Until something is there. Then you just have to begrudgingly keep it. While muttering under your breath, why are you there?
It does open a check, though.
And any item that opens a check has got to be kept for reasons. Well, I mean, if you were in go mode, it wouldn't, but you might want to keep it anyway because it is powder.
Yeah, powder is kind of a good item. So this room is very difficult to optimize, but it's one of my favorite rooms to have screw attack for. Screw attack makes that room so fast. Unfortunately, that has decided that it doesn't want to show up.
It's probably just, you know, somewhere stupid.
Somewhere like Ganon's Tower.
Oh, I was gonna say on Ridley.
That does qualify as well. Oh, hey, Fire Rod.
Well, it's better than what I've seen there in the past.
So that means that Skull Woods is completable now. Unfortunately, we cannot even see the item that is speed blocked in Wreck Ship because that room is keyed from every direction.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
This... Nothing in the sky.
I don't have super missiles. I'm gonna have to go. I'm gonna have to go farm some to check that.
Sir? That seems like a problem.
I can get supers though. I can get them here. It'll take a little bit, but I can get them here. I'm gonna turn ice off.
Welcome to Farming Simulator, where you're gonna get like 10 million energy, a bunch of missiles, and occasionally a super missile.
Yeah, unfortunately these guys don't have a very good super drop rate, but I do need one super to actually get out of here.
I bet you get a power bomb before a super missile. Even though you're full on power bombs.
I won't actually get power bombs. There we go, there's one. That didn't take too long.
Could have been worse.
Unfortunately, nothing important. I also never saw it was in the ocean. Let's do this from reverse. Let's see what's in here. Just another big 20. Thanks, game.
Hey, look, the game really wants to make sure you have money, okay? It's totally out of benevolence wanting to make sure you have money and not out of being as trolly as possible.
We did get a few more options, though. So where to now? Skullwoods probably isn't a bad idea. Oh, you know what I should do? I should save to refill my ammo, because I'm going to want to do so anyway, since the next time I come back to Super Metroid is probably going to be when I go fight Ridley.
We hope.
And I think this is the best opportunity that I'm going to have for... this is the best opportunity I'm going to have to check Criteria Shaft also. So if there's nothing here, then I can just reset. Oh, I should turn Ice Beam back on.
Might be helpful. Probably not.
Ice Beam makes this check a lot easier. It doesn't impact the logic. I could kill the Boyons with power bombs, but it's just a lot easier to just freeze them so you can run across them.
Okay, so I always thought those things were named Puyos.
No, Puyos are the things that you do the ice flip with to Shanktool.
Oh, those little, like, flat things?
Yes, those are Puyos. These are Boyons. Alright, what's up here? Nothing.
That's a bunk.
Okay. I can go finish Eastern Palace too.
To the next locations!
Yep, we're not going to be back in Metroid for a while.
So, hopefully you guys like Zelda.
So we've done almost everything we can here. Mirror is still missing.
Yeah, Mirror will show up eventually. We think. What is in the magic bowl?
What do you have, Magic Bat?
Sprinkle powder on the altar. Get shot by lightning. It's super effective against Charizard. Charizard learn bombs.
Just bombs. Okay. I also never marked my oh, I did mark the one shield. Okay.
I guess that would be, Egg Bomb?
I'm gonna go knock out Eastern Palace.
Seems reasonable.
I can also turn in the green pendant that I got from Thieves Town.
This normally is the Pegasus boots. The thing is, we have the Pegasus boots that is replaced by the power of missiles.
The power of missiles.
Now I'm just imagining a cover of the Power of Love, but with the Metroid instrumentation, and it's called the Power of Missiles.
So at this point, 2 of our 3 pendants are known. Because this Eastern is a pendant, unfortunately.
Yeah, but you know,
It's 2 items. It's 2 items.
2 items, and the boss is quick to kill anyway.
Especially with silvers, it's gonna go down in no time flat.
It'll probably take longer to get there than it will be to kill it.
Oh, easily. Arrows make that room a lot easier, too.
Yeah. They also don't cost money. Yet. If Retro Mode ever gets added, they would. But I don't think I've heard anything about that being in the plan.
I don't need that.
Spazer!
At least I don't have to menu.
Well, the game wants to make sure you have all the beams, except the 2 you really want.
This room looks so cool.
Yes. I'm pretty sure this room was designed to be done exactly this way, except without silvers, because, you know, you don't have silvers by then. Although that would be a heck of an exploration glitch.
A little bit. So that's done. That's done. Oh, let's go clear Skullwoods. I have to go do it anyway.
Yep. And with your loadout, you should be fine for Mothula.
I believe I also still have a potion.
Yes, you should, because I haven't seen you use one since Blind. Nice rock. Because as we all know, it wouldn't be a Zelda game if the environment itself was not attacking you.
Oh, right, I have to go from the other side. I can check the Skullwoods big also, because I have the big key.
Yeah, it might be useful.
Then the only other thing that's left here is Mothula.
What is in the big chest today? It's going to be the power of the map of desert.
Which I already knew the identity of because little birdie in the Dark World told me that that is a red crystal.
Wait, RPG Jerkbro told you what desert was?
No, the bomb salesman.
Oh, that part.
The bomb salesman told me.
I don't know. RPG Jerkbird might just tell you what everything is. It's all death.
Okay, so Mire is also... Mire is a crystal. The others are unknown. So either swamp or ice is a pendant.
Well, we know the implications of swamp being a pendant. They are not good implications, but they are implications. Pet is currently still alive, as every Super Metroid item can be there, as well as a couple Link to the Past items still. Most notable of which would be the Ice Rod.
Yes, Pet is still alive. Regrettably, it is.
And that's actually one thing to note about SMZ3 is that because of the Super Metroid items, Pet is pretty much alive until you hit Go mode. Because there's no logical requirements besides you have to be able to access the spot in Link to the Past for a Super Metroid item to be there.
Alright, Mothula, can you please cooperate?
Because you have asked, you have been denied. So, because Raiko does not have a male, getting hit by the spikes is actually preferable to getting hit by Moth itself. Also, the spikes in this fight will override your damage, and Mothula is immune to the spike damage. So if you hit Mothula into the spikes, it will not count towards your hit total.
Come on, Mothula.
She also really likes to go into the corners.
Yes, I constantly have to yell at Mothula to get out of the corner. Of course.
And of course, you can also hear Mega Man screaming in the background of this boss arena.
That's what I was afraid of happening. But that was forced to happen because we couldn't... Because the Fire Rod was in Wreck Ship, so now... not Lower Norfair. That's not what we got. We got the Wreck Ship key. So now there's 3 items in the back of Wreck Ship that I might have to go back for.
And at the current moment, that would be another trip to Forgotten Highway.
Yeah. Remember what I said about 2 trips through Forgotten Highway?
It is actually logically possible, though extremely unlikely, that a 3-trip Forgotten Highway can be required.
I think I'm gonna go save Scum Pod now.
So, Pod is a dungeon that exists. It has a lot of small keys. The key logic doesn't make sense. It almost makes as much sense as Ice Palace. Ice Palace makes less, actually. Generally speaking, you just want to look at how many chests you're going to get per key, and use that kind of as a guide to determine where you spend your keys.
But I'm actually just going to be checking most of the front. And then if I don't find anything in the front, I'm going to reset.
If I recall, you did do the entrance. So that will not be included in this checks.
That's actually why I'm burning this key now. So I can just check as many chests as possible in the front without having to go through the back.
So this is where we hope that something... was this where we hope something important is here or is not here?
Not here. We don't want something important to be here.
I can agree with this.
I'm just
Normally I'd be all for the trolley, but...
I just want getting knowledge right now.
Now, of course, there is also the possibility that you find a pod small in pod.
Yep.
That is more common than you would think, just because of how many pod smalls there are.
That's what I wanted to check. I'm cool with giving up blue mail.
Yeah, I mean, you can go back and get it if you want it, but with potions, you should be okay.
So now I have enough keys. Now I have enough keys that I should be able to clear the rest of the dungeon.
Plus, for all we know, you might just find the other mail somewhere, and then you have blue mail anyway, which is honestly usually enough.
Yeah, I don't need red mail.
It's not quite as powerful as Red Ring and Z1, where you just straight up tank mode the entire game once you get it.
So now, because I don't need the vanilla big key chest, 4 keys is enough to full clear the rest of the dungeon.
The other way you can make 4 keys enough to clear the dungeon is by doing the hammer jump and never opening the front door nor the dark maze door. But doing that without a mirror is kind of impossible.
Unfortunately. So,
Well, it's not entirely impossible if you go to the back first and then just end in dark maze and save quit out.
that's a lot of hoops. That's a lot of hoops to jump through, though.
Exactly. Compared to just not doing that.
I also can't beat the dungeon right now because I don't have the pod big, but this dungeon has so many items in it that I think I need to come here.
It is 14 total, with knowledge attainable about 12 of them.
It's a lot.
And then you realize that in a non-key seed, this would be 5 items.
Five items is still a lot. Okay.
Well, that seems like it might be helpful.
I might go back and get that mail.
Well, that seems like it might be helpful.
I think that's what I'm gonna do. Might just go. I'll have to go back around the dungeon again, but I might just go grab that mail now.
And that's why you always just full commit to pod. Wait, that came out wrong. So yeah, as long as you don't open front door, 5 keys is enough to get everything. By opening front door, you're committing to the 6th key of pod.
Correct.
Would we have a second for a quick donation?
Go for it.
Alright, we have another $20, this time for Pickin, saying, "Every day I'm shuffling. We are too, as NASA 2021 is coming, slowly but surely, coming to an end. This is the next to last run of this event, so if you want to get your donations in, make sure to do that before the marathon ends. We are at $1,267 right now, and we're ever so close to reaching the $1,300 mark. So let's get there together. Let's get there before NASA ends. Thank you for all of your donations you've sent our way so far. All of them go in full to save the children. Thank you.
Yes, and if you want to make us runners happy, please get your donations in for killing the animals.
You know my stance on it. Make fusion cannon. So now we're going into the back of pod, which is really where the meat of the dungeon is, both in keys and in non-keys. Actually, I think even more so in non-keys, because the front of pod generally tends to be very key-loaded.
Oh, hey, charge beam.
Well, ammo doesn't matter anymore.
No, it does not.
That's something you always like to see.
Charge ice plasma is 30 shots on Mother Brain.
Minus whatever super missiles you decide to fire beforehand. Honestly, charge move is probably the best nice to have in this randomizer.
Well, there's the Hera basement key.
Yay!
Although I have a reason to go up there now.
Exactly. See, the game is trying to not troll you as much now.
There's Desert Big, so that dungeon can be finished now.
Not gonna lie, I was half expecting that to be the pod bag.
And then we're actually done here. So I'm gonna go do Hera Basement and Ether Tablet, because you might remember there was a key. You might remember that there was a Super Metroid key on the Ether Tablet.
This would be the time that Criteria 2 is actually not terrible, because it would just be so convenient.
I'm actually thinking... I'm thinking it's going to be either a Meridia key or the Lower Norfair key. Lower Norfair key would probably make the most sense.
I'm going to say Upper Norfair key.
That gets us 2 checks.
Don't you have Upper Norfair boss?
Oh, right, yes. Yes, so I could go fight Crocodile now if I wanted to. But it won't be in logic until this key shows up. But we'll find out what this is now. Now that we finally have 2 swords.
Hey, look. At least the sword showed up today.
That's not the key I was expecting to find, but it is one we do need. That's the crane key.
Yay, great.
Gets us 2 more checks. So I think I'll do Hera Basement and then just knock Crate out.
Seems kind of reasonable.
So, care to explain what's going on here?
So, as was mentioned earlier, A Link to the Past really doesn't like when you do multiple things at once. So, when you put the cape on, normally it gives you the invincibility but drains your magic. However, if you're grabbing a wall at the same time, A Link to the Past says, I don't know what to do, I gotta pick something to drop, and it says, instead of dropping you grabbing the wall, it drops straight into magic from you for using the cape.
It's very helpful in a couple of rooms.
Cough, tile room, cough.
A little bit.
It's not rigged, it's just using the game against itself.
Oh, nothing there.
Womp womp.
Actually, I think I'm gonna just go beat Desert now before I go to Super Metroid. There's nothing stopping me from finishing Desert.
No, not yet.
I can also get the big chest.
Yes. The only thing you can't get as of now is the right side because you don't have that small key.
Correct.
And if you had stolen the key, you would not be able to kill Land Molus.
Correct. That's specifically why I don't like stealing the Desert Small in Keysanity.
I could see it if Desert is a pendant, just because then you get 2 checks instead of 1.
But Desert's a red crystal.
Exactly. Plus, who knows? Maybe it's some stupid nonsense where Landmos have the key for the dungeon. That would be weird, but, you know, it can't happen. I would rather not see that.
I was just over there. Although wasn't the desert big in pod?
Yep. That's a required double dip of pod.
Maybe I should go over and finish that. Oh, I'm still in Zelda.
One way to find out. I mean, you have to make the decision because I can't make it for you.
Well, of course.
I mean, I could, but you could just ignore me. Which may be preferable.
But I would say at this point, we've progressed. Would you say we're still in mid-game?
I think so, starting to get towards late game.
Where I find the best general strategy is in early game and late game, you want to go for density, but in mid game, you want to focus on your progression.
The big thing that's pushing us towards going to late game is we're getting down to just a couple of onesie, twosie things that we need in order to get to bosses.
Nice. That's so satisfying to do.
How many bosses do you have on the board at this point?
This will be 4. Soon to be 5.
I think I generally start to put late game around 6 or 7 bosses for myself.
So let's go finish off Pod. Yeah, we'll go finish off Pod and then head over to Kraid.
Are you gonna attack the darkness with magic missile?
Possibly.
Roll a d20 to attack Pod with magic missile.
I don't have one handy.
That's okay, I can roll for you. You rolled a 17.
That's not bad.
Nope. And I don't know what the AC of a palace is, so... We're just going to assume you hit, and that's how you'll kill Helmasaur King. Is Magic Missile an auto-hit? Did I screw the rule up?
Yes, Magic Missile is an auto-hit.
Alright, well, the palace fails the dex save because it's a palace.
We are terrible people.
No, we just really have great ways of syncing up with each other.
Alright, so unfortunately I do also need to run to the back of the dungeon because of the big chest. I was really hoping to find Mirror before coming here as well, but yeah, that still hasn't shown up.
Oh, come on, we all know it doesn't exist. Now granted, you could just go to Walmart and buy a mirror, but I don't think that qualifies.
It's not that simple. I would like to buy Mirror for 3 easy payments of 195 rupees.
Sorry, we only have that deal on ladders. For Mirror, it's gonna be 3 easy payments of 25 rupees.
This lack of Mirror is causing a lot of issues, and it could very well be in GT. It depends on It depends on whether Swamp is a pendant or a crystal. I've already done that check. There's also...
Oh, there's also the possibility it could be on Pyramid Fairy.
There's also Ice. I haven't been in Ice yet. Ice isn't logically beatable because I don't have the big key, but that's not a problem.
Yeah. I was trying to think if the bomb jump was in logic or not, but I don't think it...
No, it's not. It's not logically beatable. Well, it's not logically beatable without the big key. But we don't need the big key to beat that dungeon. I might go there soon. I don't think it's the worst idea.
It is going to be 7 items. Which is not an insignificant number.
And then that'll also give us intel on... That'll also give us intel on whether we need to find Mirror. Was that the first item, Dash?
Well, there's something else it would do if it's not a crystal.
Right.
Be out of logic. Now, that relies on it not being a crystal.
I still don't think checking out ice is the worst idea.
No, it's 7 very quick checks to get because of red cane.
I just have to remember to... I have to remember to flip the button around, is all.
I mean, you could go all the way to the bottom, forget, and then just have to save, quit out, and do it again. And then forget again.
But we are coming up on Helmasaur King.
There's 2 ways to knock his mask off. You can do it with the hammer, or you can do it with bombs. There's very few instances where you will use bombs to do it, unless you're playing Randomizer.
You'll see that in Randomizer all the time, though.
The specific reason for that is because Helmasaur isn't in pod. You can very easily find him in a spot where you don't need hammer to get to, such as blind.
This shouldn't be too difficult with the slowdown. Plus, we have soldiers for the finishing blow. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Goodbye.
With the death of Helmasaur King, you receive...
Just the crystal, nothing important.
Yeah, still
But
progress.
that does get us another boss. I do like ice here, though.
Yeah, ice has a lot of upsides to it.
On the Super Metroid side, all we need is keys, just 3 keys. We need Lore Norfair Door, we need Meridia Big, and we need Criteria Big. Neither one of the endgame big keys has shown up yet.
That's only slightly concerning. For a certain tower.
Yep.
I think it's called Ganon's Tower. Spelled with 2 N's.
Wait, does Ganon have 1 N or 2?
Actually, the better question is, does it have 2 N's or 3? It always has at least 2 N's.
It depends on what game you play.
In Z1, Prince Darkness Ganon has 3 N's in his name. In Z2, he doesn't even show up until you die.
Hey, Criteria 2, that's convenient. That makes those wreck ship checks a lot more convenient.
No more Forgotten Highway for you. Yes, Ganon is spelled Gannon in, Zelda 1. And I think it's spelled that way in Zelda 2?
I can't remember.
Be right back, dying a couple times in Zelda 2 to find out.
I am gonna need a little bit of focus time for this next trick, though. This is a little bit precise. Easy. Okay, so also, can you explain what just happened there?
Cheating. No, so what that was, oh, by the way, hype wave. So, that is the icebreaker glitch. What you need to do is you need to line Link up with the edge of the platform coming out of the door. Then you do a 1-frame tap back in towards the door, such that Link will move, like, I think it's 1 or 2 pixels. Then you hold down and right simultaneously, and Link will clip into the barrier. You then need to let go of down and right at the same frame as you place a Canis and Mario block. Once you've done that, you then press to the left for exactly 1 frame, and then you press down and you go through the wall.
That is called Icebreaker, which is not legal in no major glitches in the vanilla game, but it is legal for the randomizer.
It makes Ice Palace very streamlined and pleasant to go through compared to normally.
Yes, it makes Ice Palace very fast.
And that's why I think Ice Palace, and that's why I agree with Raiko that Ice Palace is absolutely the right play here because of just how fast it is with Icebreaker. Also, if you go through a key door backwards, you don't spend the key.
Case in point. And that's the reason why we had to flip the crystal switch before.
If you did not flip the crystal switch before that, you would just be kind of stuck waiting.
Because you wouldn't be able to complete the dungeon without the big key otherwise.
I mean, you could go back to the top and just do the bomb jump.
That's so long.
I never said it was fast, I just said you could do it.
7.8 out of 10, too long.
Again, I never said it was fast, I just said you could do it.
Alright, so we are on our way to Cold Stare. Which could actually be a little bit of a hairy fight, because I don't have a ton of health.
Do you still have a potion?
No. Oh, no, I had to use it on Mopula.
Good luck. We're all counting to 12. I don't know why we're counting to 12, but we're counting to 12.
So if this gets out of hand, this could wind up very well being focus time. That was rude. Oh, just barely got there. Yeah, Cold Stare does a ton of damage.
Absolutely.
Well,
and
now we know we need to find Mirror.
And you'll notice that Raiko was doing spin attacks all the time. That's because they deal Tempered Sword damage, which is a significantly higher amount than just Master Sword. But it does come with the downside of you do move slower while charging, so it makes it a little bit more hairy to dodge some of the ice blocks.
Okay, so that Wave Beam actually does put Crocomire in logic now. So instead of going to... Well, I'll still kill Crate because I have to.
But to say, you're gonna have to do it anyway, and you're there.
May as well. But that Wave Beam does put Crocomire fully in logic. And there's 2 items up here as well, and it seems like it's faster to do that than it is to go to Wreck Ship, even with that new key.
It's also more dense. Which, we are kind of transitioning to that point where density matters a lot. Yes, the pedestal is open.
Oh, and since I have full beams, I don't have to worry about not taking Kraid to prom.
For now. You could take him to prom anyway.
Charge Ice Plasma does 900 damage.
Wait, you can hit him with Charge Ice Plasma?
Well, full beam. Charge Ice Wave Plasma is 900 damage. And Kraid only has 1000 HP, so all you have to do is shoot a missile. Shoot a missile and then a charge shot and Kraid dies.
I did not know Kraid could be hurt by charged plasma shots. Hi, Kraid. How's your third eye doing?
Bye, Kraid. Hello?
Kraid?
Fine. Die, Kraid. Hey, you got your DLC. Are you happy?
Yes. I'm very happy.
We can't unfortunately, we can't actually get Ped yet. We need Mirror for that. Because the last pendant is Swamp. Oh wait, no. I'm wrong. We just got the last... Did we just get the last one?
Yeah, it was a nice.
Right, yeah, I guess Ped is live now. I'm not thinking.
Mirror is required to get into GT, though.
Mirror is required to get into GT. That's what I was trying to get at.
But hey, it does mean Mirror will exist outside of GT. So we got that going for us.
But I will check Ped next time I'm in Zelda.
Having regular bombs is just so convenient.
But I would say we've probably transitioned into endgame by now.
Yeah, now that it's like one item opens up a whole thing. And really, to me, the way that I tell is either by number of bosses killed or by whether density matters more than not.
So now that Wave Beam and Ice Palace does actually put this in logic even without the key.
Yep.
Oh yes, I do. Oh yes, flashing lights warning. Flashing lights warning, so if you're photosensitive, you might want to look away.
Yeah, this is you're not supposed to have charge beam here. So you just say bye, Croc.
Plasma. It's specifically plasma that makes this possible.
Oh yeah, that's right. Back it up. Back it up.
Oh hey, Spring Ball. A little late, but hey, Spring Ball.
It's useful for something. I don't know what, but it's useful for something.
You know what else I just realized? Now that I have Lamp, there's that one item in Egg Tower still. There could be something there.
Yes. You know what? I want somebody to make a mod for this that adds the truck backing up sound to Crocomire when you hit him with charged plasma.
Would we have a second for a quick reminder?
Go for it.
Sure. Right now, we still have 2 Bid Wars to go. One is for this run that is gonna go for some time more, and you can choose between killing and saving the animals at the end of Super Metroid. Right now, saving the animals is winning with $84. Killing the animals is way behind with just 5, but hey, it doesn't mean the tables cannot turn, right? So if you really wanted to kill the animals, you should help that out. If you really wanted to save the animals, the amount that it's in front of killing does not really mean it will always be this way. You can always donate some more just to make absolute sure the animals are saved. Also, thanks a lot to Hooch for giving out 10 gifted subs in the chat. Thank you very much. And the other bit where we have for the next run, which is going to be the last one of the marathon, is choosing the map for Mario Party. Right now, King Bob-omb's Powder Keg Mine is winning with $85. Right behind we have Whomp's Domino Ruins with 70 and Mega Fruit Paradise with 60. Kamek's Tantalizing Tower is still way behind with $0. So if you're up for this one, open up your wallet. So thank you for all of your donations so far. We have raised to $1,267 so far for Save the Children. Thank you so much for all of your donations.
Well, while that was going on, we just found the mirror. I meant to shoot some missiles at it, but...
you know.
But
So now that that exists...
I like the idea of going back to Swamp Palace. Oh wait, I can't. Well, we can't. Yeah, we still don't have the. We don't have the Swamp Small.
You can do one check in there.
Not worth it.
You can do one check in there.
I have all these
Totally
other...
not. Look, it's totally not going to be a vanilla swamp small. We all know how this works. It's never the vanilla location.
I was gonna go to Swamp Palace, and then wait, we don't have the Swamp Small.
But the mirror does open up a lot besides swamp too.
It does. I am gonna go back to Zelda now, though. I also never marked the desert big. So let's go to... Where do I want to go?
So is it bad that I kind of want to see the mushroom show up now?
Right, we haven't seen that yet. Not that way. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna start knocking out mirror checks now. This is one of the reasons I do not like finding mirror late. Is mirror opens up a lot of just random things that are all over the place.
It's what some call the third Dark World loop.
Don't need that. Think we... Yeah, I think we're just gonna do mirror checks for a while. As much as I would like to go into Mire, we don't have the Mire big.
Plus, there is always the question of when am I going to route these in versus when am I not? And sometimes the best time to route something in is just as soon as you get the item to do it, even if it seems like it's out of the way. The power of Bombus has been replaced by... Well...
You know what? This will make chat happy. Let's get this out of the way.
Oh boy, we're gonna see it!
Also,
Alright, let's see as much hype as we can possibly get in the chat right now.
there are a lot of things that this could be, too. We're still missing quite a few things. And this is fully in logic.
No it isn't. Ice Big.
Right, Ice Big.
Alright, I'm seeing Mushroom, request for Mushroom on Pet. I kind of like that. I wanted to personally be a, oh, what's it called? Lower North Rookie. It is...
Bloopies!
Bloopies! That's the best thing that could have been there.
Okay, let's go to Checkerboard Cave.
I can just hear a mob of angry Zooter fans rushing up now.
Oh, just because Pedestal is Bloopies.
Yep.
I also recall there being a small key that was mirror locked on Spectacle Rock. I might go investigate that.
Well, looking at the small key count, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, let's go do that. I'll do Meyer later. There's also a not insignificant amount of Turtle Rock that is available.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I don't think that's the worst idea.
Also, with that Mirror Mimic Cave is available too.
It is. I think that might actually be the best play. I think the only thing that would make me turn around would be as if we found the swamp. If this is the Swamp Small.
One way to find out. Mira was down over by Crawl.
I am so smart.
Well,
I am so smart.
next!
Mirror was Grapple Beam. Mirror was at Vanilla Grapple Beam location.
So you have a choice of playing with turtles, playing with Turtle Rock that doesn't actually have any turtles in it, or playing in water. And you have chosen water.
Oh, right. Open the thing first.
Hey, you could go talk to the Sahashala tile.
That's not a hint!
You can still talk to it.
Oh, right, block deletion.
Again, this game does not like when you do multiple things at once. Like, that's the basis for most of the glitches.
I think it also likes it when you honk the horn.
Doop doop.
So Swamp Palace has a lot of items in it.
It's gonna be 10 total.
So item dashing is another thing that results from Link to the Past not liking us doing two things at once.
But the question is, will you show off Diver Down?
Yes.
Good.
It saves time. Why wouldn't
Although
I?
you might need to explain that one because I'm not as familiar with it.
Right. Right, so I'll try to explain Diver Down. So Kana Samaria blocks are really broken in this game. They're a block that you can put just about anywhere. So because of that, you can use the Kana Samaria blocks to get inside of certain rails and ledges to be able to jump off of ledges that you're not supposed to. And we can use that to get on the wrong layer. And you'll get to see that twice in this dungeon.
Hey, look at that. Now you can go open the front door of Pod. I don't know what to do with it, but you can open it.
Oh no, I flooded the key. Whatever will I do?
Save and quit, hard reset the console, and go outside for a walk, and then come back and realize I never actually turned the console off.
Okay, so there's a small key underneath that pot. We do need it to complete the dungeon, but there is a way around it. And this is the magic of Diver Down. If this fire snake will get out of the way.
Fire Snake is like, nope, 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 you don't get the diver down.
If I can face the right direction.
Nice Stalfo skill.
There we go. That's what I wanted to do. So now, as you can see, we are on the wrong layer in the water area. So we are currently walking underneath the water. And we can pick up that small key while the room is flooded.
So would you say that, Charizard used Dive?
Yes. That is an accurate description of what happened.
Alright, when does Charizard learn Waterfall? Or Whirlpool or Defog? I want to know when he learns Defog. And Flash.
So that
oh, wait, no.
That saves a lot of room transitions.
And you get...
A Meyer Small.
But wait, there's more.
Lovely. Still another important thing still hasn't shown up. How's that song go again?
The ice shot doesn't exist until the end of the scene.
Oh hey look, the desert's small. That's 2 more checks.
Yay!
I've been searching around the worlds, both the light one and the dark one, for that stupid magic wand with the ability to freeze. It can be anywhere, except in the hands of Trinex. Tell me where in the world's the godforsaken ice rod? So good. Shoutouts to Dr. Bobtastic. So this Diver Down setup is going to be a little bit different, and my block might be too far over also. But we're going to try it.
Slowly but surely, Charizard will surf across the waters.
I'm surprised that worked.
He's going to find himself inside of the block, and then he's going to jump down, and he's now going to be simultaneously on top of and underneath the water.
That room also looks a little bit weird in the Diver Down state, because it has both room states loaded at the same time.
Surprised that doesn't cause the game to freak out.
Yeah, that's very surprising.
I was half expecting it to be, oh, you're trying to do 2 things at once? Okay, we're just gonna give you Palace of Four Sword.
And just to clarify, Diver Down is not allowed in the no major glitches category, but it is allowed for Randomizer.
Well, it's time to fight your giant jellyfish monster surrounded by Cheetos cheese puffs.
At least it's not a menu boss.
I mean, you can make it a menu boss.
That takes too long.
Hey.
So what we mean by the menu boss is, if you don't have a sword, you can be required to damage this boss with the hammer. Nice. So you have to switch. You would have to switch between the hammer and the hook shot to be able to eliminate all of the puffs surrounding Argus. But that is Swamp Palace done. That's another crystal taken care of.
Whole lot of nothing in there besides a couple of small keys that could be useful.
I don't know about you, but I really like Turtle Rock right now.
I think I like Turtle Rock too. But the non-gambler in me likes Desert.
Right. I do have the two. I do have the Desert Small, and those are two really quick checks.
I'm also a non-gambler generally. If you've ever seen me play Z1R, except when I do gamble, it's terrifying. I normally 100% every seat I play, ish.
So now that we have this Desert Small, there's two quick items over here. There are also a few other quick items I could get, but Density says Turtle Rock. Because we can get everything except Trinex, and maybe we skip Lava Room Chest. I'm thinking about maybe skipping Lava Room Chest. We don't have 4 Turtle Rock Smalls.
Right. I guess you could say it's Link's Density to go to Turtle Rock.
I think Turtle Rock is the play here.
Turtle Rock is, what, 11 items, not including Trinex?
Plus Mimic Cave.
So, 12.
That's far more than anything else we have.
Yeah, definitely.
And if an Ice Rod shows up here...
then you can kill Trinex. It's 11 if you don't... It's 11 if you don't skip Lava Chest, though. So, you get 11 items out of it if you skip Lava Chest. And don't get an Ice Rod.
I don't think skipping Lava Chest is the worst idea, because if we get Lava Chest, then we're committed to finding the last Turtle Rock Small.
Right. I mean, in the same boat, I'd do the same thing, but I don't think I'd open the door to Trinex either.
Well, of course we're not going to open the door to Trinex.
I mean, you could. Basically commits you to not getting...
There's no reason to go in there because we don't have the Ice Rod.
No, well, you know, you could just go in there and say hello. Offer him a cookie.
But no, I'm not going to open the door to Trinex, just in case.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then if I have to go back to get the Lava Chest, I will. I just prefer not to.
Well, you also prefer to not go through Forgotten Highway to get direct ship, but that's what the suit made you do. There's a lot of things we prefer in these seeds that don't happen. As you know. So welcome to Turtle Rock. This dungeon is notable because it has lasers.
Oh hey look, all the Misery Mire Smalls we'll never need.
And as everybody knows, lasers makes everything better. Especially when they come out of ice.
The answer is always Laser Bridge, except when it isn't Laser Bridge. Oh, this is my... Oh, we don't have Burna. That's right. I was gonna say, if we had Burna, I could do my favorite item dash in the game.
I'm pretty sure the Hellway item dash beats out this one. Oh, well, that's Purple Charizard.
That's acceptable.
So is shiny Charizard purple or is he blue?
Black.
Oh, well, that's disappointing.
I can push the block in time.
These chain chomps hurt too.
Yes, the chain chomps with no armor do 4 hearts of damage.
Apparently, I'm being told that in Gen 2, the shiny Charizard was purple.
So as far as items we're looking for to complete the game, all we need is Ice Rod and Keys.
Yes. There are some nice to haves that would be good to get, such as Half Magic, Screw Attack, Space Jump. But none of those are going to be required. Another sword would also be nice.
But we're gonna get a pretty good amount here.
And this should give us kind of an indication as to where the seed is heading.
Alright, Mimic Cave.
Well,
Of course. Of course, Mimic Cave has something. That opens up a lot of items, by the way.
yeah.
That opens up 7 checks.
Including a boss that has to be killed no matter what.
Well, we can go kill Ridley now. Yeah, that was a find.
Yes. So what else does Turtle Rock have in store for us? This dark room coming up, if you don't have the lamp, is actually pretty easy to do. As long as you just stick to the same pathing. If you start diverting on paths, then you're kind of just roaming about.
The number of GT smalls that is showing up is starting to become rather concerning. That we might be on a double big key hunt.
Oh boy. Everyone's favorite.
Also in Turtle Rock, it's very important to know where the magic refills are, because you use a lot of magic in this dungeon.
Criteria boss opens up Bomb Chorizo, right?
Correct.
Alright, I just thought of something terrifying. You will not like what I just thought of, so I will not speak it upon you.
So I'm actually not going to open that door.
This is like the one room where Mirror Shield is really useful.
Oh, Mirror Shield is super helpful here.
One, two.
Go die in a whole game.
Hey, you remember that part where you said if the 4th key shows up?
I think I'm actually going to double back for Lava Chest now.
Well, you are here. There's no real good reason not to, I think.
Yeah, I think I have to. It's not that big a backtrack either.
Compared to doing the whole dungeon again.
If this
Granted, you'd have to come back through it anyway.
If this is Ice Rod.
If this is Ice Rod, I'm just, like, done. Like, GG, no read, call me in 3 hours. When you stop laughing.
Yup. It's not Ice Rod, but it's required. Oh, what a meme. What a meme seed. Alright, let's go.
Well, I can now speak what my fear was. Because we know it won't happen. My fear was Criteria big in GT for GT big on Bomb Chorizo.
Get out of here.
It's gonna happen someday, probably to me.
Alright, let's go kill Ridley. Like, it wasn't Ice Rod, but it was a required item. So, Mimic Cave and a whole bunch of TR stuff is done. Hey, Leslie. You'll want to watch this one back. This one has been a meme and a half. Come on.
Trying not to IBJ, I see.
Did I get it? Nope. Yeah, this short charge is not as tight as the other ones.
For now. You could make it tight.
Easy.
I like how Mega Man just looks super victorious as he shines sparks upward.
Oh, the sprite work in general for this is great. And there's a lot that goes into making custom sprites for SM just because of the sheer size of the sprite sheet.
Welcome to Beer Lava Hell 1.
And the best music in the game.
Yes. Although I do like Rocky Meridia's theme too. Just because it's so calm. This wall jump is really tight and really tricky to get because you have a very small window pixel-wise to get it in.
Yes, it's a delayed wall jump, and you cannot be required to do that in this logic. There's always a way around it, in which case I could infinite bomb jump, but that's not necessary because I know how to do that wall jump. It's a good trick to know how to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very glad I didn't get baited into getting the item there, because that item was in logic without the Norfair key.
Welcome to Beer Lava Hell 2.
Oh, this room, if you don't have gravity suit, is incredibly dangerous.
If you miss one jump, you're just done.
You just die. Get down there, please. And just lower Norfair in general can be very dangerous without screw attack, because everything does a ton of damage. Those red key hunters do 50 damage with gravity.
Without, they do... I think
if you have Varia, it's a whole tank.
And then without either, it's 2 tanks. I imagine.
Which at that point just reset and try again.
Pretty much. Also, the giant side hoppers of death.
Yes, giant Deskigas do 160 with no protection. Everything down here does so much damage.
It's like the game expects you to have all the stuff.
I'm a little disappointed X-Ray hasn't shown up yet.
I know where it's gonna be.
I wanted to microwave the pirates.
You know it's gonna be on Plasma Beam. Why would the game let you X-Ray Dragon at this point?
And we have all kinds of ammo, plus full beams. Ridley is going to be very easy.
Yeah, like, you don't even need to do the pre-Ridley farm here. We've already checked Shack Tool. It was nothing of note.
I think it was blueberries.
So Ridley will require exactly 30 super missiles. He does take double damage from them, so I believe they're the highest damage option.
Correct.
Full beams is secondary.
Correct. Ridley should be dead. No?
I always end up firing like 33 into him just to make sure.
Alright, that's a dead Ridley.
Bye-bye!
Not one Meridia key still.
That's a little concerning.
But we are not done with Lore and Orfair yet. There's still 4 more items here. Then after this, I really like Rekship. Just those last 3 items in the back of Rekship.
I mean, you'll basically be there. It's not a long walk to get over to there.
I think at that point it would probably be faster to transition out of Business Center and reset.
I think so too. But that's the beauty of it being just a quick reset away.
Route around resets, it's really helpful.
They're there for a reason.
Would we have a second for a quick charity mention?
Go for it.
Right, to everyone not knowing this yet, NASA 2021 is supporting Save the Children, which is an international charity supporting children in need. And just to give you some context on how you can help, $100 can supply the shelter and essential supplies a family in crisis needs to survive. And just $50 can deliver early education essentials where needed, like books, games, softwares, and supplies, intended to make up for lost learning time. Every day, 15,000 children die before their 5th birthday, most from preventable causes. Save the Children does whatever it takes to ensure all children survive, learn, and are protected through 3 global goals by 2030. 1. No child should die from preventable causes. 2. All children should have access to a quality basic education. 3. No child should be a victim of violence. Thank you so much for all of your donation towards Save the Children so far. We are at $1,267 raised total, and we're hoping to get some more before the marathon ends in a couple hours. Thank you very much.
That's one of the least helpful screw attacks I've ever seen.
Hey, you still have like half of Meridia left.
Well, there's the ice rod. Now we just need keys. So Turtle Rock is beatable. We need GT Big. We need Meyer Big.
Technically just Meridia Big, I think. Of the Meridia keys.
Yes, just Meridia Big.
Sir?
I know what I'm doing.
I'm not convinced reverse amphitheater is faster than just going out that way.
Just in case. I usually don't have problems doing this, but just in case this gives me trouble.
Wait, are you taking the transition to Meyer?
Yes.
Oh, okay, fine. I thought you were gonna go to Business Center. And that traverse beer lava hell too. Because it wasn't fun the first time.
This is actually the whole reason that I'm doing this, is because of Mire. Because Mire is the most dense location we have left. I do have to do a green gate glitch, though.
Yeah, but you got 23 supers, you'll be fine.
Fourth try isn't bad. That's really finicky. So the way that works is you're adding momentum. You're adding Samus's momentum to the momentum of the super missile to give it just enough speed to clip through the gate and hit the switch on the other side. So now I'm gonna pop in here and check out Mire.
There are, I believe, 6 checks you can do here?
That's a pretty good amount. Never mind.
Oh.
I don't have any magic.
You know, magic might help you get into Mire, just saying.
I don't have any magic, so I can't get into Mire. I'll go pick up a couple potions.
Of all the things to be blocked out of Mire by, that's the funniest.
That is pretty funny. I make the big brain play of reverse amphitheater to Mire just because that puts me in the area faster, and then I can't even do it because I don't have any magic. That hurt.
So, which side of your brain was thinking it was the big brain play, and which side of your brain was just face desking?
Well, it was a good idea.
And this is why we love this game.
And this is why I'm the one with the controller and you're the one yakking.
Yeah, because I'd still be trying to find the mirror at this point.
Oh. Hey, Hyperion, thanks. This has been a rough one. With the whole blind thing.
This is very much an Oops All Dungeon Seed 2. Just by sheer virtue of you did all of them.
There's also still that one Aga Tower check that's been there for how long?
Yes.
This makes more sense, though.
Oh yeah, definitely.
This dungeon is routed very differently than normal seeds as well. Normal versus keys, I would say this has the most routing differences out of all the dungeons.
Definitely. Especially depending on if you have the big key or not coming in. Because if you have the big key, that just speeds it up even more.
Unfortunately, that is still missing.
For right now. At some point in the future, it will be found. So we're coming up on the second coffee break.
Yep.
This one is a little bit shorter, though.
Just a little shorter.
So because Link to the Past doesn't like you to do multiple things at once, if you shoot the fire rod at the same time as the block is pushing, the block just doesn't exist.
You can do that with the hook shot as well. That's useful in a few places. You'll get to see it at least once. You'll see it in Ganon's Tower.
Ah, yes. A climb of destiny. A climb of density. More beams.
So now there's just one more check in here, I believe.
I think so.
Two more.
Oh, right, because you haven't done this just yet.
You have to have the crystal switches set correctly. Oh hey, more stuff to do.
Ooh.
That gets the ice beam area. And still no Meridia keys. We have all the other keys from Super Metroid, but no Meridia keys.
They exist somewhere.
Oh, cool. Okay. That's Meridia Big. So I think at this point, it's probably just best to assume that GT Big is in Ganon's Tower. I'm just gonna operate under that assumption, I think. Because we have everything except GT Big now.
That seems reasonable. GT is, in fact, the most dense location for GT Big to be.
Because there's 22 places it can be.
Yep. Including everyone's favorite room, Tile Room.
You know what? We might be able to play... This is so unusual to be able to play the GT Big Key guessing game in Keysanity, because usually it's not there. Although it might not even have a winner, because it could still be outside of Ganon's Tower.
I think the worst I've seen is a GT Big and Tile Room and a Keysanity.
I've had one of those.
That might have been your seat I was watching.
That was probably it. It was one of... I think it was the second Keysanity I played had GT Big Key and Tile Room.
And the comment was, oh yeah, why would you assume that it's there?
So this will be our last Golden 4 boss. Oh no, we need the... Oh, I actually forgot. We need the Meyer Big as well.
I was wondering when you were going to catch that.
Right. That's got to show up sooner rather than later, though. There's not too many places that can be.
Of course there is. It's called Meridia Keys Show Up.
Boy, if Meridia Keys start showing up... I still like coming to kill Dragon, because we need to do it anyway. But yes, we do still need Meyer Big.
So, now that Precious Missile has been checked, I can breathe a sigh of relief. Because that's been in logic since you had Dark World access.
I'm well aware of that.
Okay.
I knew Precious Missile was in logic, I just had no reason to come out here.
Yeah. Those are just the things that sometimes get the hair on the back of my neck to stand on end, is when something is in logic for a really long time. That usually motivates me to check it sooner rather than later.
Charge Ice Wave Plasma makes pretty short work of Dragon, even without X-Ray Scope.
I feel like it makes short work of most bosses, honestly. It's just that powerful.
Don't need those. I do think I am obligated to go up to Plasma, though.
Debatably.
Just because Meyer Big is still missing. But Meyer Big and GT Big are the only things that are actually missing still. And we've already discussed at length that GT Big is likely to be in GT.
Yeah, like, just even from a sheer density standpoint, there's no reason not to check GT first.
But all in all, I'd say we're still making pretty good time.
I'm going to ask you what time you have on yours, because my timer's a little bit off.
Just hit 3:45.
Yeah. Yeah, we should be good for estimate. Just need Meyerbeek to exist anywhere between now and Toledo.
I think we are obligated to go to Plasma here.
I mean, technically not, but you're here.
After this, I like... after this, I like the wreck ship stuff. Like, the wreck ship stuff, the, like, bomb chorizo, because we can finally get there. That's 4 pretty quick items.
If you really want, you can take Forgotten Highway, seeing as you're in Meridia.
Well, I'm resetting if it's not here. As much as I would like that. As much as I would like that, I'm gonna reset it away. That's painful to reset away, but it's not worth it.
Not this late in. I would say if you didn't have silvers, it would probably be more worth picking up.
Yes, I agree. But at this point, half magic is not worth it.
Yeah. You've also got 3 bottles that you can go throw green potions in, so...
Like Leslie was saying, it's one of the best luxury items in the game, but it is not worth that kind of time.
Right. However, if you are playing this at home, yeah, definitely pick that up if you want to have that for whatever reason. That's where it comes down to your own deciding if it's worth the time or not.
Again, it comes down to comfort level.
And how much you want to IBJ out of that room.
That too. Although you can wall jump it with high jump boots, that's also quite tricky. So I'm gonna go check Bomb Chorizo and the wreck ship stuff. And a lot of the end game really just comes down to luck.
Yep. And that's why density matters so much, is because it's just the one spot right now that you need. Wherever it has the highest density is where you just go.
Exactly. A lot of endgame is just, did you go to the right location? And there's no real way to tell which location is the right one. So you just want to check as many as possible, as quickly as possible, and just hope you get lucky.
And occasionally you might say, you know what, I'm just going to make a Galaxy Brain play and go check this one really far off spot, and then the universe is like, no, here's a big 20.
Now, because we have all the doors open, getting back here actually won't take too long. And then if there's nothing here, you can just reset. I can reset and go check Bomb Chorizo. Because when you transition games, you do get an automatic save. That's Tempered Sword. I think
that might be worth it.
I think that's worth keeping. That speeds up the Ganon fight a ton.
And also all of GT to boot.
Yeah, I think that's worth keeping.
It's more worth it than the half magic would be at this point.
Yeah, half magic isn't worth it at this point, because I do also still have a couple potions in the bank, but I think that tempered sword saved... I think it's just too good to leave behind.
Well, also consider that the reason that tempered sword speeds the Ganon fight up so much is with just Master Sword, you have to do spin attacks to hurt Ganon. With tempered, you can just do slashes.
Yeah, it's a lot of spins. It's 24 spins. It also greatly speeds up the Trinex fight, which I still have to go do.
Mm-hmm. And who knows, you might find butter somewhere.
That's something I would not go out of my way to pick up. But this tempered sword is definitely worth the time. You know what? I'm here. I'm gonna grab this. No wonder we couldn't find the swords before. They were both in here.
It costs you, what, 30 seconds to get this sword? If that?
That's pretty funny. Well, we have Butter Sword now. So I think that trip was worth the time.
I'm gonna agree. Although I've never had buttered carrots. I can't imagine they wouldn't be bad, though, because anything with butter added is good.
Also, a point I need to bring up about the items. You might have wondered why there were 2 tempered swords there. That's because the game does not dynamically update progressive items until you leave the room and come back.
So does that mean if sword is in a shop, you can just buy, like, 6 swords?
Well, swords aren't in shops yet. I hear shop sanity is being worked on.
Z1R does have one of the other non-Fred randomizers for it does have swords in shops, and if you buy a sword after magical sword, it actually gives you this weird broken sword state where you have 8 damage on your main hits but 1 damage on your beam. I don't know if that's been fixed in that rando.
All right, we'll see if it's here.
Nice super missile for an open door. Well.
Okay. Okay.
Now this gets interesting.
Bye, Bomb Chorizo. So Bomb Chorizo only has 750 HP. Leslie, it's not quite go mode yet. We don't have the GT big.
It's go -1. And there's nothing. The only logic for that one is it can't be in the top of GT.
Correct. Also, I don't know why I didn't do Alcatraz there.
You're doing not Alcatraz.
But in any case, there's no guarantee it will be in here, but it is overwhelmingly likely. I do still need to beat Turtle Rock, though, before we can go there. But once we beat Turtle Rock, it sounds really weird saying this with Keysanity, but we might have a GT guessing game.
And Stump is correct in chat. It also can't be in the GT big chest. That might cause some issues if it was.
A little bit.
Although at that point, I guess you... So at that point, if the GT big does block itself, you just YBA into Agatu.
I don't think it works that way.
Not yet.
This isn't Ocarina of Time, no logic.
I mean, this isn't Link to the Past Radio, no logic. No logic is a setting I don't think I'd ever be able to get into.
No logic requires a very extensive glitch knowledge, and even with that, it might still not be beatable.
That's kind of silly.
Most no logic seeds can be beaten with enough glitch knowledge, but still, there's just some you can't get around. But now we need to just go kill Trinex, and then we'll have 11 bosses down, so then we'll just have Ganon and Mother Brain. Considering all the hoops that this seed made me go through, I'm not disappointed with this time.
Yeah, like... Keys is... I feel like Keys has a little bit more variability than a regular SMZ3 would, just because of the key factor. But elsewise... We're looking at, what? Probably about estimate?
It depends on the GT Big Search, how long that takes. It's most likely that it's in GT somewhere. We don't know that for sure, but it's most likely in GT somewhere.
Yeah, the odds... I think there's more items in GT than there is in the rest of the game combined at this point.
Yes, easily.
So, going to GT for the GT Big is just... Mathematically, there's no reason not to. Hello? Alright, so Trinex is a two-phased fight with a lot of explosions. You could almost say Michael Bay was involved in the making of the fight. And this room coming up is actually my favorite pre-boss room in pretty much, definitely at least in this game. I'm tempted to say the whole series, but there's a couple others that are contenders for it.
This room is so good. If you've played Chrono Trigger, I wouldn't be surprised if the Magus pre-boss thing was not inspired by that. Right, I was not counting sword hits properly.
Like, you might think, like, you might think an empty room with just nothingness is boring, but it's fantastic because it's literally just, you're going over a bottomless chasm to go fight a turtle.
But with Gold Sword, Trinex goes down very, very quickly.
It is possible to zero cycle him if you stand behind him, but that is a very tight execution to do. And hi, Mirror Shield.
I also never went and killed Vitreous. That's okay, though.
We were secretly hoping that you would go to GT and be like, why isn't it opening?
That's okay, this is no big deal.
Yeah. Vitreous is a quick fight.
And I can swing by the big chest, too.
You literally walk in, say hello, fire a bunch of arrows, and he dies.
Yeah, it's very quick.
Without Silvers, it's you walk in, say hello, panic as you realize you only have Fighter Sword and bombs and not enough arrows to kill all the little eyeballs. And then try to kill him.
So we'll just come back in here. And then once we kill Vitreous, then we'll need people to get their guesses in. This is probably the best room in the game for sword beams. Sword beams are so helpful in that room.
We're getting asked if -1 and 0 are valid guesses.
No, you'll need to pick a number between 1 and 22.
I'm gonna go with my normal 3. Just because I like it to be on the torch.
It is possible that it is outside of GT, but it's overwhelmingly likely that it's not.
Probably the scariest thing to see right now would be Meridia keys. Especially Meridia 1.
Meridia 1 would open up a ton of stuff.
There's a very slim possibility this ends up being a 316. But that would have to just be the worst GT big ever.
Not a 316, it'd be like a 311.
Right. Because picking up the items that have already been skipped is not happening. It'd be knowledge of 316.
Yeah, but thankfully Myra's quick when you're just going to the boss. And also with regards to save kill, it's unknown exactly how much time we'll have left, but I would count on about 20 minutes. So if you want to kill those critters, get your donations in now.
Or if you want to keep making sure Metroid Fusion is canon. Same deal.
Silver arrows make very short work of Vitreous. So to give you an idea for damage, each slash of the gold sword does 8 damage. Silver arrows do 100 damage.
They're basically just the nuke button. Alright, so it looks like we are going to have the GT Big Key guessing game go on, as we have not found the GT Big yet.
No, we have not. I will go with 11.
As stated earlier, I will be sticking with my normal of 3.
So you just gotta make our way back up the mountain, and go into Ganon's tower, and hopefully it's in there. The math says it is.
Yeah, but, you know. With every check that isn't the GT Big, everyone's going to get more and more concerned that it's not in there.
There's 2, I believe there's 2 in Super Metroid we can get to, and 4 in Link to the Past?
That's correct. That's what the current loadout. Again, if Meridia keys show up, then more will open up in Super Metroid, but there's nothing that I think can open up in Link to the Past at this point.
Because in Link to the Past, we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, 4. There's the Aga second chest, there's Pyramid Fairy, and there's Graveyard Ledge. In Super Metroid, there's the 2 ice area checks.
The worst thing to find would be Meridia 1, because that just opens up, like, half of Meridia.
Just Meridia keys in general would be terrifying to find.
Meridia 2, I don't think would be... Meridia 2 would get you in there, too.
That's a long trip, though. No,
yeah.
Meridia 2, I'm pretty sure that door is locked from both sides, though.
Well, what I'm saying is, wouldn't Meridia 2 also get you into Aqueduct area?
I'm pretty sure that's locked from both sides.
Gotcha, okay.
Anyway, here we go.
Into the tower!
Nice X-ray scope.
Well, you're not gonna do anything with that.
I was wondering why that wasn't showing up.
Unless you want microwaved brains. but I'm pretty sure that doesn't work.
That doesn't work. Oh no.
Oh
That's
boy.
bad. That's really bad. Yeah, that's really bad. That opens up a lot of stuff.
That opens 8 checks.
Well, the math does not look nearly as good anymore. There it is, never mind. Okay, so the winning guess was 4.
Rest in peace, Meridia. We will never know what was inside of you.
Alright. So now the green light comes on. That got really scary. Nice jump scare, Seed.
Yeah, you know, it tends to do that sometimes.
So at this point, I would estimate that we are around 15-ish minutes from completion.
Yeah, who expected that?
That Meridia 1-key jump scare, though.
At least it, like... At least you didn't say, okay, well, here's Meridia 1, we're just gonna go straight to Meridia now.
I thought about it.
If you did, that would have made this whole heck of an adventure.
A little bit. But I was definitely thinking about it.
But hey, you might have gotten Space Jump. That you don't need. Because that still hasn't shown up yet.
No, it has not, and we are not going to see it. That's okay, though.
Oh, you're not gonna check the top 4 chests of GT?
Fine, I'll check Moldorm chest.
Okay. So now we have a 1 in however many checks are left chance to see Space Jump. Which is not good odds.
Well, Space Jump isn't going to be that helpful, that's the thing. Like, it's not that helpful anymore. All it would help for would be for Torian.
Yeah, but you're just gonna plow through the Metroids anyway, aren't you?
It'll make movement a little bit more complicated, but that's okay. I can make it work. Nice. That is not easy to do.
No, it definitely is not. Here's Firebar Room.
I need magic first, though. I don't have enough magic for the torches.
Not yet. Now you do. GT is one of those places that I feel like it's very easy for things to go wrong, and you just bleed little bits of time here and there until eventually you just don't.
Oh, easily. Just Gauntlet alone, you can lose so much time on.
But hey, you had 6 keys at one point.
That's something you just don't ever see.
Berries.
I should get my hook shot out.
Hook shot is important.
Get a hook shot and then count explosions.
Are you gonna turn your back on the explosion? Yes.
Just missiles.
Womp womp.
So we will not see Space Jump. I can look at the spoiler log after we're done and see where it was.
I can also pull it up and check. I may or may not have already done this.
All right.
I may or may not.
Time for agonometry.
Ah, yes. Now you need the tangent of the angle between clones 1 and 2, divide by the cosine of angle 3, carry a factor of pi, multiply by 7.
Or just give me better patterns. These patterns are so bad.
And add in the square root of 2.
Did anyone tell you you're irrational?
I'm also transcendental. And might be imaginary. The jury is out enough I'm real or not.
We are such nerds. Alright, well.
Hey, I'm allowed to be. I'm a nerd by trade.
Alright, time for a pig roast.
Bacon does sound pretty good right now.
With Buttersword Silver's red mail and this much health, Ganon is gonna be a piece of cake.
I think the term you're looking for is he's going to be a piece of bacon.
Super easy.
Oh, hey, Ganon knows about the cicadas, too.
That should be enough damage.
Not going for the cape strat, I see. I honestly find Phase 2 is the hardest phase.
It is.
Like, even with Gold Sword, I prefer Phase 1 and 3. And definitely 4.
Switch to lamp for torch glitch.
Not as important when you have silvers, but still very nice to get.
And of course I miss it.
Forget.
Aw, almost had a triple. Good enough, though. So that is Ganon down. We have Bacon. Get your G's in chat.
Only 1 G, though.
Only 1 G.
With Ganon down, may I ask how much until we need to finally choose between saving and killing the animals?
I would say no more than 5 minutes. We're gonna cut it off when the I would say we should probably cut it off when the Mother Brain fight starts.
Right, so, chat, you heard. You have 5 more minutes to fight on our bid war between killing and saving the animals. Right now, saving the animals is still in the lead with $84. If you'd like to kill the animals, the snipe will cost you $79, but there is no need for doing that just by yourself. If a couple people donate, it doesn't have to be all that much at once. And if you want to really make sure the animals are saved, you can add more to the pile of $84 we have for that as well. Both of those can be done by donating and choosing this bidware as your bidware of choice, and that is done by clicking the button below the stream. Thank you so much.
Alright, so this will be your last chance to kill those critters.
It's your last chance to make Fusion Cannon. So, welcome to Torian. Population, I don't know how many Metroids are here.
Enough.
And also Death Donuts.
So these rooms I do kind of want to concentrate for, because they're very difficult to do properly. Switching between weapons quickly is very hard. That wasn't too bad, I would say. I had the one hiccup in the first room.
Probably because they were yammering.
No, that's fine.
Oh. Hey, that's the easiest chorizo ever. You just walk in, it dies.
Also, since we have so much energy, I'm actually going to take my suits off for the baby Metroid sequence. This will let me damage down faster.
That is a large Metroid. I know you got it. Wow, it's draining you fast. Oh. I see your plot armor has come in.
We're also turning screw attack off because Zeb Skip you can't have screw attack on because it relies on... Well, there are reasons we need screw attack off. It relies on the position of a frozen enemy.
You could do Zeb Skip Skip.
I don't feel like doing Zeb Skip Skip.
Okay, I'm just saying you could do it.
Zeb Skip Skip is slow.
Not when you don't know how to do Zeb Skip.
Well, I have Ice and Wave. It'll be fine. Also be ready to meet the only Idor in the game.
You say hello, we say goodbye.
Okay, so for Zeb Skip, I need to freeze this Rinka. Then take damage. It's pretty finicky. Even the best players will fail this from time to time. That was too far over. There we go. I think what happened the first time is I just moved too far away from the Zeb.
Conveniently, all the Zebs require... Each Zeb spawning requires the one before it to be defeated, which makes me think there's actually only one Zeb. And it just moves every time you kill it.
Alright. Once we see the rainbow beam, that's when we need to cut off the incentive.
Where's the catch-up beam?
Okay, we need to know now. Are they dying or are they living?
Dude, these Skittles ads are getting so intense. Sorry.
They are living. We're saving them.
Okay, we are saving them.
Thanks to everyone who donated to this good work.
Yes, thank you so much.
Animals.
Thank you so much. We will be saving the animals.
I'm just gonna say it. Mother Brain would make a great Skittle salesperson.
A little bit.
She's making you taste the rainbow. Heavily.
Unfortunately, Cerebron's mushroom never showed up.
It's somewhere.
I'm sure we can find out during the credits. That was good rhythm. Very.
I like how her head just, like, yanks back every time you hit her.
Very fast MB3. Alright, let's go save the critters.
Fusion is canon!
Fusion is canon.
The more important thing, though, is you gotta hit the Shine Spark.
Did I jump through the door transition? No.
Nope. Sorry.
So in this room, it's really important to try to kill as many pirates as possible to reduce lag.
Well, if the place would stop exploding, there'd be less lag. Alright, I'm coming up on the best Shine Spark in the game.
Yes, this Shine Spark is sweet.
I've been calling it Valiant Spark for forever.
Well, the angled version of that spark is called the Behemoth Spark. That saves frames. But yeah, let's go save. Let's go save the critters.
If only the door was locked until you saved the critters.
Alright, they're saved. Let's get out of here. And then time will be when we face forward on the ship. Time.
Now we can get the GGs in chat.
Yes, now we can get the GGs. So, Elsoa, where was Space Jump at?
Bot Woony Tank.
Ha! Where was Meridia 2?
Ice Palace Big Chest.
Where was the Ice Palace Big?
GT Map Chest.
Huh. Yeah, no one was ever finding that.
Oh, and Mushroom was in the pre-Moldorm chest.
Of course.
If you had opened the top 4 chests, you would have found the Mushroom. Just saying.
So that was, yeah, that was good stuff. I do want to see the stats at least before we hand it off to the next runner, because we do have a lot of very important stats to see, don't we?
Yeah. Yes, we do.
And I also do want to give some shout-outs to some people in the community. I do see a number of you in chat. First of all, my co-commentator, also Cerebron, Leslie, Stump, all great people. Shoutouts, of course, to Total, the developer of this randomizer. So the fact that this exists at all is kind of a meme in and of itself. It was a random suggestion on the Varia Discord, which is the Super Metroid standalone randomizer, that it would be cool to put both of these two randomizers together, and it just so happens that neither of these games have any overlapping memory addresses, so it was a somewhat simple procedure to get them combined, and there's a lot of magic involved, I'll just say the least. But big shoutouts to Total for putting this together and maintaining it. If you want to play this for yourself, you can go to the website samus.link, and you'll need a Japanese 1.0 ROM of Link to the Past, and a JU ROM of Super Metroid. And if you have those, you can upload them both to the website, and you'll be able to generate games just like this.
By the way, nice wrecked ship time and nearly sub-7 Torian.
Sub-7, or 710 Turian without space jump is pretty good. Unfortunately, some of the stats are bugged depending on where you find them. So some of the times might not show up correctly.
You mean like you had Pegasus, Flute, and Mirror at 0 seconds? 24 bonks is actually not bad.
Considering how relatively early we had boots. But in any case, thank you so much for having this. It was a blast. And thanks to all the support in chat. And good luck to our Super Mario Party runners. I am raikourrider. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was a lot of fun to watch. Very good, amazing run that's a staple of NASA at this point.
Hey, welcome back to NASA 2021, supporting Save the Children, to which we've raised already $1,267, an amazing amount of money, thanks to your generous donations. We've just seen Super Metroid plus A Link to the Past combo randomizer from Raikou, who did an amazing job with his Keysanity exhibition. So thanks a lot for that, and let's get ready for the last exhibition, the last run of the marathon, which is going to be Super Mario Party Kuo's Revenge, for which you can still choose the map that is going to be played. And right now, King Bob Ohm's Powder Keg Mine is winning with $85, while Womp's Domino Ruins is right behind with $70, and Mega Fruit Paradise is on third place with $60. We also have the option for you to choose Kamek's Tantalizing Tower, which is at $0 right now. It's getting no love. But if you'd like to make sure any of them win, make sure to donate and include that in your donation. You can do so by pressing the button below the stream to donate towards Save the Children. All the money donated will go straight to them. Thank you so much for all of your donations so far. And, make sure to donate towards that bid war, as you don't have much time before Super Mario Party starts. Thank you.